Hey guys, tonight you find yourself standing barefoot on a floor so cold it feels almost personal, like the stone itself has taken offense at your presence. The darkness is thick, not empty but full of faint echoes, slow breathing, and the lingering scent of old smoke clinging to soot-black rafters above you. Somewhere beyond the walls, a bell begins to toll, low and patient, its sound drifting through the corridors like a memory that refuses to fade. You pull your rough wool cloak tighter around your shoulders, though it does very little to keep the chill from slipping in through every seam. Medieval travel brochures really oversold this experience, no mention of frozen toes before sunrise. You shift your weight, already feeling the stiffness in your limbs, and it occurs to you, not for the first time, that you probably would not last a week out here without someone telling you exactly what to do and when to do it. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, that is precisely what this place provides. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you feel like it, share your location and local time in the comments below. It's always a quiet comfort knowing where in the world others are listening from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The bell continues its slow counting, and you realize this is not a suggestion, it is a summons. You draw in a breath that tastes faintly of damp stone and extinguished fire, then begin to move. Your feet find the edges of worn rushes scattered across the floor, their dried stems crackling softly under your steps. They have not been changed in some time, you can tell by the faint, musty sweetness rising from them, mixed with less pleasant things no one quite names. Some swear the rushes are changed with every season, while others insist it depends entirely on whether anyone remembers. Even now, it is hard to tell whether this particular patch has seen spring, summer, or both. You make your way toward the narrow doorway, guided more by memory than sight. The corridor beyond greets you with a draught that slips through your cloak and settles against your skin like a quiet accusation. The monastery does not hurry to warm itself. It never does. Above, beams creak softly, adjusting to the cold. Somewhere far off, a door closes with a dull thud, followed by the faint shuffle of other feet answering the same call. You're not alone in this rising, though it feels that way in the half-dark. You pass along the corridor, one hand brushing the stone wall for balance. It is uneven, worn smooth in some places and rough in others, like a map of every hand that has come before yours. The wall holds the night's chill stubbornly, refusing to yield even to the promise of morning. At the end of the passage, a faint glow flickers. One of the brothers has already lit a candle. Beeswax, you think, judging by the steadier flame and the faint honeyed scent that begins to soften the air. Tallow would have smoked more, filled the space with a sharper, greasier smell. These small distinctions matter here. They are the difference between comfort and irritation, between clarity and a headache that lingers all day. You step into a wider hall, your breath briefly visible as it curls into the light. A few figures move silently, their robes brushing the floor in soft whispers. No one speaks. Speech is not forbidden, exactly, but it feels unnecessary, like breaking a surface that has already settled into stillness. You follow them, keeping your gaze low, not out of obligation but because it feels right. The bell's tone shifts slightly, marking the passing of moments you do not measure yourself. Here, time belongs to the bell, and you are merely carried along. As you walk, you catch the faint scent of wood smoke drifting in from somewhere deeper within the monastery. Perhaps the kitchen hearth has been stirred to life, or a brother assigned to the early watch has coaxed embers back into flame. The thought of warmth, however distant, settles into your mind like a promise you're not entirely sure will be kept. The passage opens into the cloister, and for a moment, the world widens. Even in darkness, the open square at the heart of the monastery holds a different kind of silence. The sky above is still black, though the faintest hint of grey edges along the horizon. Frost clings to the stone paths, turning them pale and brittle underfoot. In the centre, a small garden lies dormant, its herbs curled inward against the cold. Some swear that certain herbs planted here sage, rosemary, and rue carry protective properties, not only against illness but against less visible troubles. Others quietly suggest the garden was once arranged according to patterns no one remembers, meant to mirror something celestial. No one can quite agree whether that is true, but no one rearranges the beds either. You cross the cloister with measured steps, careful not to slip. The cold here feels sharper, unbroken by walls, and it seeps through your soles with renewed determination. Your breath quickens, and you tuck your hands deeper into your sleeves. On the far side, another doorway waits, its heavy oak surface marked by iron bands that have darkened with age. You push it open, the hinges offering a low, complaining groan, and step inside. The scriptorium. It is not yet fully awake, but it is not asleep either. A few candles burn along the long tables, their light pooling over parchment, tools, and the scattered signs of yesterday's work. The air smells of ink, faintly metallic, mixed with the dry, almost dusty scent of prepared skins. You pause just inside, letting your eyes adjust. Rows of desks stretch before you, each marked by small personal arrangements, a knife here, a bundle of quills there, a scrap of cloth used for wiping ink-stained fingers. Nothing extravagant, nothing wasted. Everything has its place, though the exact order varies from one brother to the next. You move toward your place, guided by familiarity. The bench creaks softly as you sit, the wood polished smooth by long use. Before you lies a sheet of parchment, its surface pale and slightly uneven, bearing the subtle marks of its making. If you look closely, you can still see faint traces of the animal it once was, tiny patterns beneath the surface, almost like memory pressed into the skin. There are those who say that poorly prepared parchment carries with it a kind of stubbornness, that the ink resists settling, that letters formed upon it never quite behave. Others dismiss this as the grumbling of tired scribes. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the page before you will cooperate or quietly test your patience. You reach for your quill, turning it in your fingers. It has been trimmed before, but not recently. The tip feels slightly dulled, the edge less precise than it should be. You make a mental note to sharpen it soon, though here, soon often stretches into something longer than intended. Nearby, a brother leans over his own work, already writing. The soft scratch of his quill begins to fill the room, a steady, rhythmic sound that seems to anchor everything else. Another joins, then another, until the scriptorium hums with quiet industry. You dip your quill into the small pot of ink, watching as the dark liquid clings to the tip. Too much, and it will blot. Too little, and the line will fade. Balance. Always balance. Your first stroke touches the page. The ink flows just enough. You exhale slowly, not realizing until that moment that you had been holding your breath. Outside, the bell sounds again, marking the next passage of time. The monastery continues its slow awakening, but here, in this room, the day has already begun. You form the next letter, and then the next. Each one deliberate, each one measured. The cold lingers, the darkness recedes by degrees, and the world narrows to the simple, endless task before you. Write, pause, breathe, write again. It is a quiet beginning, but it is enough. The first lines of the day settle onto the parchment with the caution of someone testing winter ice, and soon enough your fingers begin to remember what the rest of you is still resisting. The scriptorium remains dim, its corners thick with shadow, its long tables washed in the small islands of candlelight that beeswax grants so generously and so expensively. Beyond those little circles of gold, the stone walls keep their counsel. They have seen too many winters, too many ink-stained hands, to be impressed by one more cold morning and one more sleepy scribe trying to coax letters into order. You draw the quill back, inspect the point, then set it aside. The line is serviceable, which in this room counts as modest triumph. Still, the tools must be set right before the day can truly hold together. A page may forgive a cramped hand, it rarely forgives a careless beginning. So you rise from the bench, rubbing your thumb against the dark stain already forming at the side of your forefinger, and begin the smaller work that makes the greater work possible. At the far end of the table sits a bundle of fresh quills, trimmed from geese that have long since contributed all they can to the cause of salvation and administration. You select one with a shaft that feels steady in the hand, neither too brittle nor too soft, and bring it to the small knife kept for the purpose. Pen knives are humble little things, with no glamour to them at all, and yet a monk would sooner misplace a spoon than lose a good one. You brace the feather. Turn the blade carefully and shave away the tip with tiny, practiced movements. The sound is faint, almost soothing a dry whisper of knife on quill. Too blunt, and the letters swell like drunken pilgrims bumping into one another on a muddy road. Too sharp, and the nib catches, spits, or snaps just when you begin to trust it. The knife pares away one thin curl after another until a proper point emerges, neat as a promise and about as fragile. You test the split with a thumbnail. Better. Near you. Brother Aldrich clears his throat into the sleeve of his habit, as if even a cough should not take up too much room in the air. He's one of those men who always look as though they were born already tired, though his hand is steady enough to shame younger bones. He glances at your new quill, gives the smallest nod of approval, and returns to his work without comment. In another place, such acknowledgment might feel meanly rationed. Here it is almost affectionate. You sit again, but not yet to write. First the ink. The ink pot beside your station has developed the skin that cold mornings encourage, a faint film across the top where the liquid has grown sluggish in the chill. You stir it with care. This ink is made from oak galls, gum, water, and iron salts, though the exact proportions are guarded by habit more than by any written law. Every house has its preferences, every scribe has his suspicions. Some swear that the finest ink must be brewed while a psalm is recited over it. Others say the only thing that matters is whether Brother Martin, who makes most of it here, has been allowed to work without interruption from the cellarer asking about tally marks. No one can quite agree whether prayer improves ink, but everyone agrees that impatience ruins it. The stirred liquid darkens and loosens, and you test a little on a scrap. It sinks into the surface with a rich brown-black sheen that will deepen as it dries. Good, not perfect, perhaps, but then perfection is God's business. Monasteries survive on things being good enough and done on time. A lesson you suspect applies equally well to saints and soup. From the next desk comes the dry scrape of pumice across parchment. Brother Odo, who has a face like a disappointed turnip and a surprisingly beautiful hand, is preparing a fresh leaf. You glance his way and see the faint dust rising as he smooths the skin. Parchment never truly arrives ready. It must be coaxed into obedience. Even the finest sheet bears little stubbornnesses, grease that resists ink, a roughness that catches the pen, some thin place that threatens embarrassment later. So pumice is rubbed lightly across the surface, and sometimes chalk as well, until the page accepts the marks laid upon it. You take up your own sheet and run your fingers over it, feeling the subtle differences from edge to centre. The flesh side is softer. The hair side, though scraped clean, retains a faint grain. By candlelight the distinction is almost invisible. But your fingertips know. So do your eyes. Once they settle into the task, the page is not merely looked at here. It is listened to, in its own way. At the end of the bench sits a small lead plummet and a straight edge. Before more writing can be done, the leaf must be ruled. You place it carefully, line up the guide, and begin to draw the faint governing marks that will keep the text from drifting like sheep with an inattentive shepherd. It is patient work, and not especially glorious. No one admires the ruling when the manuscript is finished, because ideally no one notices it at all. But without it the page becomes a little wilderness, and the letters begin thinking too highly of their own freedom. You draw line after line, thin and pale. The candle nearest you gives a tiny hiss, then steadies. Beeswax behaves with more dignity than tallow, though even beeswax has moods. The room smells faintly sweet because of it. Honey underneath leather, old wood, ink, and the chill mineral scent of stone. One candle is burned low enough that the wick drowns in its own melted pool. Brother Aldrich pinches it out, trims it with blunt fingers, and relights it from a neighbour's flame. The light returns stronger, as if slightly offended by the interruption. You reach for a rag and wipe the blade of your penknife. Every object in the scriptorium acquires a film over time ink, wax, dust, oil from hands, perhaps a trace of the breakfast no one is eating yet. Clean tools are more than tidiness. They are insurance against mutiny. A sticky knife catches. A dirty ruler transfers grime. A rag left damp breed smells so persuasive that even pious men begin considering vows of absence. Across the room the Armarius enters. He is keeper of books, overseer of copying, guardian of the sort of order that never announces itself loudly. Brother Severin is not tall, but somehow height seems to gather round him out of respect. He moves between the desks with a ring of iron keys at his belt, and they make the gentlest clink imaginable, as if even metal knows better than to become theatrical in here. The oak cupboard behind him holds exemplars, finished leaves, pigments locked away, and several volumes whose importance is measured as much by scarcity as by sanctity. You lower your head slightly as he passes, not out of fear, exactly, more from the sense that he belongs to the architecture of the room almost as much as the pillars do. He pauses beside your table, lifts the corner of the exemplar from which you're to work, and smooths it flat. It is an older text, copied before your birth, before perhaps even Brother Aldrich's first complaint. The script is compact but elegant, with abbreviations tucked into it like little knots of meaning. Brother Severin checks the ink, the page, the ruling, and finally your newly cut quill. Better, he murmurs. It is only one word. Still, it warms more than the cloak. He moves on. You allow yourself the quiet luxury of satisfaction for half a breath, then set the exemplar properly before you. The page from which you copy has margins crowded with tiny guiding marks from previous generations' corrections, notes to the rubricator, a reminder in a hand so faded it seems to belong to dust itself. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether scribes improve books or merely pass along other scribes' anxieties in increasingly beautiful forms. You smile a little at that thought and begin, "The first task is not writing, but seeing." You let your gaze rest on the line above, reading enough words to hold them in memory before the eyes drop and the hand follows. A phrase in Latin, then another, the shape of each abbreviation, the spacing, where a capital ought to rise slightly above the rest. Then the quill lowers, and your fingers translate sight into motion. Scratch, lift, breathe, scratch again. The rhythm gathers. Outside, the dark slowly thins. Not enough yet to touch the room through the horn windows, but enough that the silence changes character. One bird risks a call somewhere in the cloister garth. Another answers, doubtful and thin. Farther off, from the kitchen range, comes the unmistakable clatter of a pot being shifted. You feel sudden tenderness for whoever has drawn that duty, standing half awake before a hearth that smokes first and cooperates later. Medieval monasteries you are discovering. Run on sanctity, routine, and the eternal hope that someone else has already lit the fire. Your stomach reminds you that your last meal belonged to yesterday. You ignore it with the discipline of the poor and the devout. The letters advance. You keep them upright, measured, modest. There is no room for vanity in this hand. Flourishes are for headings, initials, and the occasional man who thinks the Lord is especially moved by decorative confidence. Here the beauty lies in regularity, in the near mathematical mercy of things lining up as they should. Still, the body makes its complaints early. Your shoulders begin to bunch. The hand cradling the page stiffens from holding itself away from fresh ink. Your neck bends forward until a small ache forms just below the skull. A scribe's labour is quiet, but it is not gentle. By the end of a long day, even holiness sits in the spine like an unpaid debt. Brother Odo shifts on his bench and mutters, barely audible, as his pen snags. He wipes the nib, inspects the parchment, and makes the sign of the cross over the offending line with that special mixture of piety and annoyance only monasteries seem to perfect. Some swear a page can go contrary simply because it was begun in a poor mood. Others blame damp, poor scraping, or devils with very small ambitions. The official position, presumably, is less colourful. You continue. A drop of ink gathers at the edge of your nib. You catch it just in time with the knife, drawing it off before it falls. Disaster avoided by a margin thinner than charity and Lent. You breathe out through your nose and glance, instinctively, toward the cupboard where sand for drying lies in a covered cup. Not needed yet. The room grows a little brighter, shapes sharpen. You can now make out the grain in the table and the worn notch your own knife made there some weeks ago. An undignified mark, though not fatal. Scriptoria are full of these tiny personal injuries. If you sat every monk in Christendom at a fresh new desk, give it a month and they would each nick it in a different place. At last Brother Martin appears with a small covered pot tucked in the crook of one arm and soot on one cheek. He smells faintly of the warming house and of something herbal besides. He sets the pot down near the hearth pan built into the side chamber and lifts the lid. Warm water, perhaps with a few rosemary leaves in it. In weather like this, scribes sometimes warm chilled fingers over steam before returning to the pen. Too much heat and the skin dries and cracks. Too little, and the hand turns into a wooden saint with poor handwriting. When your turn comes, you step over and hold your hands above the rising warmth, not close enough to scald, only near enough to persuade the joints that life remains possible. The rosemary scent reaches you sharp, clean, almost pine-like. It mixes with the wax and ink until the air itself feels medicinal. "Against stiffness," Brother Martin whispers. "And against damnable penmanship," Brother Odo mutters from behind you. Brother Martin's mouth twitches, which for him is open laughter. You return to your bench with fingers renewed, and as you sit, you notice the first true line of morning entering through the horn window. It is a poor, milky kind of light, diffused through thin scraped horn set into a wooden frame. Glass is scarce and proud. Horn is practical and cloudy. It admits brightness without much clarity, rather like a senior monk answering questions before sunrise. Still, it is enough to soften the candle's rule over the room. You look again at the exemplar and notice a tiny mark in the margin you had missed before a little pointing hand drawn by some earlier reader to emphasize a passage. The hand is absurdly delicate, almost playful. You wonder whose it was. A dead monk, a visiting scholar. Some novice long ago, unable to resist adding personality to doctrine. No one can quite agree whether such marks are irreverent or affectionate, but manuscripts are full of them. These small human fingerprints tucked beside eternity. Your own fingers, now less numb, resume their labour. The letters come more cleanly. The ruling holds. The ink dries with a slight dull sheen. When a line is complete, you dust it lightly with fine sand, then tip the excess away. The grains catch the candlelight briefly like frost. The scriptorium has fully entered its morning discipline now. Quills scratch, pages rustle, a bench complains. The keys at Brother Severin's belt murmur once as he crosses to unlock the pigment chest for later use. Somewhere in the cloister a second bell begins, lighter than the first, announcing another turn in the day's great wheel. Prayer, labour, reading, silence, bread, labour again. Here even time wears a habit. And in the midst of that ordered turning, you find the curious comfort of these small preparations wax trimmed, ink stirred, page ruled, quill cut, fingers warmed, mind narrowed to the width of a line. The world outside may contain roads, kings, mud, wolves, manor courts, tolls, storms, and all the cheerful surprises for which the ages so admired. But here, for now, salvation looks very much like not blotting the page. You lower the pen once more and continue copying as the monastery moves from darkness toward day, every tool in its place, every gesture repeated enough times to feel less like duty and more like prayer wearing work clothes. By the time the first true wash of morning has spread itself behind the horn windows, your hand has begun to settle into that peculiar obedience the work demands. The quill no longer feels like an awkward little feathered instrument stolen from a goose and asked to participate in eternity. It feels, if not natural, then at least familiar, and in a monastery that is often the nearest thing to comfort available before breakfast. You bend once more over the page, shoulders drawn in against the cold that still lingers in the stones, and continue following the measured line of the exemplar. The letters rise beneath your hand one by one, upright, careful, modest. They do not hurry, neither do you. Haste is useful in a burning barn, perhaps, or while outrunning a tax collector, but it has no place here. In the scriptorium, haste reveals itself instantly in crooked strokes, wandering lines, dropped words, and the kind of blot that can sour a whole morning. So you write slowly. And in writing slowly, you begin to notice your body in pieces. First your fingers. The thumb and forefinger darken with ink where the shaft of the quill rests, and the side of your middle finger already carries the faint pressure of the grip. The hand must remain firm but not rigid, steady but not clenched. It is a balance that sounds simple until you're asked to maintain it for hours, while the room remains cold enough to persuade your knuckles they belong to someone recently deceased. Then your wrist. It hovers lightly above the parchment, not dragging across the fresh letters, not quite relaxed either. Your forearm rests on the edge of the desk, and after a while the wood begins to press its own opinion into your flesh. The bench beneath you offers little mercy. Medieval furniture has many strengths, but emotional support is not usually among them. Your shoulders follow, quietly gathering tension with every line. You try lowering them. A few words later they have climbed back up again like suspicious cats returning to the same wall. Then your neck. Your eyes move between exemplar and page, with such repeated devotion that a dull ache grows at the base of your skull. You lift your head, roll it once as discreetly as possible, and hear a soft crackle in the joints. Brother Aldrich, across from you, hears it too and gives you the faintest look of understanding as one labourer to another. The monastery is waking beyond the walls. Even without seeing it, you can sense the larger house beginning its day. Somewhere to your left, in the passage leading toward the kitchen, feet pass by with more purpose now. A bucket knocks softly against stone. A door opens and closes. From the cloister there comes the brief caw of a rook from the roof line, sounding offended by dawn itself. Farther still, perhaps from the guest house or the outer court, a dog gives a single bark and then thinks better of it. But here in the scriptorium the rule of the hand continues. You pause at the end of a line and look at what you have done. The text is neat so far, not beautiful in the glowing, saintly way that decorated pages sometimes are, but clean, controlled, useful. A book needs such plain leaves as much as it needs gilded initials. Without the ordinary lines, the grand ones would have nowhere to live. Brother Severin seems to hold similar opinions. He passes again behind the benches, keys whispering at his belt, and glances over each desk with the same grave attention he might give to a chapel lamp or a locked chest of relics. When he reaches you, he does not stop, but his eye moves across your lines, and you can tell he has noticed the steadiness. That alone makes you sit a little straighter, which your spine resents immediately. There are said to be monasteries where the armarius corrects every little fault aloud, drawing attention to a wandering stroke as if announcing a sin before judgment. Some swear that in certain houses a novice who spills ink must scrape the whole leaf clean under supervision, while the rest continue writing in silence. Others insist those tales are embellished by men who enjoy making other cloisters sound dramatic. No one can quite agree whether such punishments truly happen everywhere, but the possibility hovers helpfully over your elbow just the same. You dip the quill again. The ink goes on smoothly for another few lines, and you begin to feel the strange narrowing that long writing brings. The room, the cold, the benches, the bell, everything retreats a little. The world reduces itself to the width of the line and the distance between one word and the next. It is not exactly peace, and not exactly sleepiness either. It is something quieter than both, a focused drifting in which the hand knows its road better than the mind does. Yet even in this calm, the body keeps speaking. Your stomach, for one, has opinions. It tightens and loosens with soft insistence, reminding you that dawn work is nobler in theory than in the belly. The smell of bread has not yet reached the room, but you imagine it anyway, coarse brown loaves from yesterday, perhaps warmed near the hearth, a ladle of thin pottage, ale weak enough to pass for breakfast without scandal. The imagination is an unhelpful companion at such times. Brother Odo shifts again, flexing his fingers before returning to his page. Brother Martin, who sits 2 places down and has already smeared one knuckle with red pigment, though illumination is not yet underway, quietly presses his thumb into his palm again and again to ease the stiffness there. A scribe's body, you are learning, is full of small private negotiations. Some of the older monks have their own remedies. Brother Aldrich sometimes rubs his wrist with goose fat warmed by the hearth, claiming it draws out pain and puts suppleness back into the joints. Brother Martin swears by rosemary water and says a little lavender tucked into the sleeve calms tremors in the hand. Another brother, long since buried in the monastery yard beneath a simple stone, used to wear a scrap of parchment inscribed with St. Jerome's name tied around his fingers during difficult copying days. Some swear it steadied his script marvellously. Others muttered that it mostly made him impossible to sit beside in warm weather. You cannot say which cure helps most. Perhaps the herbs, perhaps the repetition, perhaps the fact that no one here expects ease and so learns to make company with discomfort instead. The pale morning grows stronger. Through the horn windows the light enters in a cloudy wash, neither bright nor fully honest, but enough to show the dust in the air and the faint grain of the desks more clearly. The candles no longer rule the room alone, their flames become companions to day rather than guardians against night. With the better light comes harder seeing. You notice how the exemplar abbreviates certain endings with a little flourish that must be matched exactly. You notice where the previous line on your page sits a hair too high, and make the next compensate so the block remains even. You notice, too, a roughness in the parchment just ahead, and your pen hesitates. A tiny catch. Not enough to ruin the word, but enough to warn you. You set the pen down and reach for the pumice, rubbing the troublesome place with the lightest touch. Brother Severin from the far cupboard speaks at last. "Less," he says, not sharply. You stop at once. Too much rubbing thins the skin, too little leaves it contrary. As ever, the monastery worships measure. You return the pumice and continue, feeling the repaired patch accept the nib with less complaint. Brother Severin says nothing further, but the lesson has landed. Nearly every instruction here arrives in the fewest words possible, perhaps because warmth is not the only scarce resource. A little later the first novice enters carrying a bundle of freshly prepared leaves bound between boards. He moves carefully, as though afraid the pages may take offence if jostled, and perhaps they might. Parchment can curl, warp, stain, split, and generally behave like a nobleman denied proper ceremony. The boy's cheeks are pink from the cold, and a dark smudge marks one sleeve. He sets the bundle down near the armarius, bows his head, and backs away with such solemnity that you suspect he's been warned 20 times not to trip over anything. As he turns, one corner of the upper sheet slips. He catches it just in time, eyes widening. Brother Odo closes his own for a brief, grateful moment, as if spared a spiritual trial. You look back to your page before amusement can show too clearly on your face. 2 or 3 light jokes are all a morning can support, and one must ration them wisely. The quill scratches on. The ache in your shoulders deepens from mild protest to settled fact. There is something oddly companionable about it now. You stop resisting it. You breathe with it. When you shift your weight on the bench, the old wood answers with a sigh like a monk disappointed by worldly attachments. At intervals you flex the fingers of your left hand beneath the desk, opening and closing them to keep the joints from hardening. The right must remain ready, but the left is free to grumble more openly. A tiny dark crescent of ink has worked itself into the side of your nail. By evening you will probably have matching marks on both hands, as though language itself has decided to leave fingerprints on you. Somewhere in the church the next office approaches. You know it before the bell sounds because the mood of the house changes. It is subtle, a lessening in corridor traffic, a soft anticipation, like a held breath moving through stone. Then the bell begins again, fuller now, and the sound enters the scriptorium not as interruption but as reminder. Time does not belong to the page alone. Several monks lay down their pens together, not abruptly. The last letter is always finished, the stroke completed, the line brought to a proper end if it can be. You do the same, sprinkling a little sand over the fresh writing before lifting the page gently and tipping the excess aside. The grains slip away with a faint hiss. You rise, and the world immediately reminds you that you have been sitting still too long. Pins of stiffness move through your thighs. Your lower back feels strangely divided from the rest of your person, as if it belongs to an older and less cooperative monk standing just behind you. You roll your shoulders once, discreetly, then gather the necessary items into order, quill laid crosswise, knife set beside it, page left safe from sleeves and accidents. The brothers form quietly and move toward the door. As you pass into the corridor, the cool air touches your face differently now. Morning has entered the stones, but has not warmed them. It merely reveals them more fully, the damp along the lower joints, the pale scrape marks where benches or trunks have been dragged, the worn grooves at thresholds cut by years of sandals and boots. You cross the cloister again, and this time you truly see it. The garth at the centre lies silvered with frost, each blade of winter herb edged white. The sky above has lightened to a colour somewhere between pewter and watered milk. Along the covered walk, the columns cast faint bars of shadow across the paving. In the bare branches of the little orchard beyond the wall, a few birds hop and argue in the manner of creatures who had no hand in arranging the cold and do not approve of it. Your breath comes easier out here, perhaps because the body is grateful to move. The ache in your neck loosens a little with each step. You flex your writing hand inside the sleeve, feeling the cramped curve of the fingers gradually unfold. No one speaks as you go toward the church, yet the company of the others feels more present than before. You know their gaits now, at least in part Brother Aldrich's slight forward lean, Brother Odo's careful steps, Brother Martin's tendency to tuck his hands deep in his sleeves as though perpetually negotiating with winter. The monastery trains not only your mind and hand, but your noticing. Inside the church the cold is deeper still. Stone arches lift into shadow above, and the faint scent of incense lingers from some earlier hour, woven now with wax and old wood. The choir stalls wait in rows, polished smooth, where countless hands have rested. You take your place, and the familiar sequence begins, chant rising and falling, Latin flowing through the dimness in measured cadences that feel not unlike the writing itself. Both are forms of ordering breath. Both turn repetition into devotion. You sing because the house sings. You bow when the others bow. You stand and sit and kneel as the rhythm requires. Part of you attends closely. Another part drifts, still half on the page you left behind, still tracing the line where you stopped. It is hard to tell whether this is distraction or simply the way labour and prayer begin to braid together in a place like this. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether monks write because they pray or pray because they write so much. From where you stand, with cold air in your lungs and dried ink on your fingers, the difference seems smaller than outsiders imagine. By the time the office ends and you rise once more, your body has changed again. The stiffness from the bench has eased, replaced by that calmer heaviness that comes after song, standing, and silence. The hand that copied so carefully now rests open at your side. Soon it will return to the quill. Soon the ache will begin anew in slightly different places. But for a few moments, as you file out with the others, and the bell's last vibration fades into the rafters, you understand the rule of the hand more clearly. The hand is not master here. It is servant of the text, of the day, of the bell, of the body's limits, of the soul's long discipline. It cramps, stains, steadies, falters, learns. It is corrected, it obeys. And in obeying, strangely enough, it grows more itself. You step back toward the cloister, morning now fully spread over the monastery roofs, and feel your writing fingers twitch once in anticipation, ready to return to the waiting page while the rest of the house goes on breathing around you. When you return from the office, the sound of chanting still lingers somewhere in your ribs, but the stronger claim now belongs to your stomach. It has been patient in the pious way that only hunger forced into routine can manage. Yet patience has its limits, and so, apparently, do you. The bell has spoken. The psalms have been said. The cold has been endured. And now the monastery turns with great solemnity toward the matter of not fainting before noon. You cross the cloister once more with the other brothers, your sandals whispering over the stone, and follow the familiar turn toward the refectory. Morning light has spread itself thinly over the garth, pale and wintry, catching on the rim of the herb beds and the damp edges of the walls. A light frost still clings in the shaded corners where the sun rarely reaches this early, and the breath of the monks ahead of you drifts in white threads from lowered hoods. The refectory door stands open. Warmth does not pour from within exactly, because monasteries are not in the habit of wasting heat on delight, but there is at least a difference between the air outside and the air inside, and this alone feels merciful. You step through the doorway into a hall of long tables, benches polished by years of use, and stone walls softened a little by hangings too plain to be called decoration and too practical to be ignored. The rushes scattered underfoot are fresher here than in the corridor, or perhaps only less damp. Either way, the smell is less accusatory. At the far end, near the raised seat used by the reader, a single candle burns steadily, though daylight has already entered through narrow windows. Old habit keeps candles where authority or attention might be required. Monasteries distrust sudden darkness and perhaps sudden independence too. You take your place along one of the tables, sliding onto the bench with the muted care of someone who still remembers the discomfort of the scriptorium seat and does not trust wood to have changed its character in the last half hour. Around you, robes settle, sleeves draw back, hands fold briefly in prayer. No one speaks. Silence at meals is one of those customs that feels simple until you sit inside it. Outside, silence can be lonely, heavy, or uncertain. Here, in the refectory, it has shape. It is part of the meal itself, like the bread and bowls. The brothers do not lack thoughts, only permission to throw them around like crumbs. A younger monk moves down the table with a basket of bread. The loaves are coarse and dark, made from rye and barley more often than fine wheat. Their crusts thick enough to require commitment. He sets a piece before you, and you take it with both gratitude and the practical awareness that this bread could probably support a weak shelf if required. Medieval baking has many charms. Softness is not always among them. Another brother follows with a pitcher of weak ale, tipping a measure into your cup. It is not the rich sort one finds in an alehouse, warm with gossip and optimism, but the small, sensible ale of monastic routine, safer than water in many places, thin enough for morning, and just bitter enough to remind you life is a disciplined affair. Then the pottage arrives, It comes in a large pot carried carefully between two men and ladled into bowls with an efficiency born of repetition. The steam rising from it carries the scent of onions, leeks, and yesterday's grain, perhaps with a little cabbage and whatever else the kitchen judged suitable for Christian fortitude. It is not elaborate. It is not memorable in any heroic sense. Yet the first warmth that rises into your face as the bowl is set down feels like grace in liquid form. Before anyone begins, the prayer is said. Heads bow, hands still. The bowl warms your fingers through the coarse clay as you wait. By the end of the blessing, your hunger has advanced from polite monastic obedience to a quiet internal sermon of its own. Then, at last, the meal begins. You tear bread and dip it into the pottage. The broth is thin, but not unfriendly. The onions have softened into sweetness. The leeks offer a little body. A grain or two clings to the spoon, as if reluctant to leave the pot behind. You eat slowly because that is the custom, and because trying to swallow this bread in haste would be a challenge even for a saint. Across from you, Brother Aldrich eats with the grave concentration of a man who has long ago accepted that breakfast is not entertainment but maintenance. From the raised seat near the front of the hall the appointed reader begins. His voice is calm and even, carrying over the scrape of wooden spoons and the occasional quiet shift of a bench. The reading is from a sermon today, something concerning humility, obedience, and the dangers of unnecessary ornament in both life and language. The irony of this reaching the ears of a room full of men who will later spend hours perfecting illuminated letters is not entirely lost on you. Still, the voice has its own place in the meal. It fills the silence without breaking it. It gives the mind something to rest on while the hands and mouth attend to simpler matters. You take another spoonful and let the warmth settle into you. The pottage is better than it first appears. That is true of many medieval meals and, to be fair, many medieval buildings. Initial disappointment often gives way to a more thoughtful resignation. There is a certain comfort in foods that ask little more of you than continued existence. A trencher sits near the centre of the table, thick slices of stale bread used as plates for harder fare when such fare is available. Today it serves mostly as a reminder of other days' feast days, perhaps, or times when smoked fish, cheese, or bits of salt pork might make an appearance. Monastic life is not always as lean as legend pretends, but neither is it a pageant of abundance. Most days settle somewhere between restraint and practicality. Some swear that on the vigils of major saints, the kitchen goes half mad with effort and produces dishes almost cheerful enough to endanger the soul. Others insist that even on feast days the cook remains incapable of seasoning hope properly. No one can quite agree, though the cellarer, who oversees stores of grain, ale, beans, and salted provisions, always looks like a man who believes joy should be portioned carefully. You glance down the hall and see him now near the doorway, speaking quietly with one of the kitchen brothers. He carries a small wax tablet and stylus, no doubt keeping account of barrels, sacks, and whatever alarming quantity of onions the monastery has consumed since last market day. Even here, beneath bells and prayers, daily life runs on counting. That counting touches everything. The bread on your table began in fields walked by lay brothers and tenants, in seed measured out months ago, in grain ground under stone, in ovens heated long before dawn. The ale came from malt stored dry and safe through damp weather. The bowl itself was shaped by hands you do not know. Even the spoon in your fingers has a history of wood, tool, and patient carving. A monastery may speak often of heaven, but it rests squarely on the labour of earth. The reader's voice continues. You catch only pieces now, not because you are inattentive, but because the warmth of the meal has begun to soften the edges of the morning. Your hands no longer feel carved from frost. Your shoulders have lowered a little. A bite of bread, a sip of ale, another spoonful of pottage, these movements become their own small office, a liturgy of repair. To your right sits Brother Martin, who has somehow already managed to acquire a faint streak of soot near his cuff. He eats neatly enough, though his expression suggests he is thinking about herbs again. He often is. Brother Martin believes rosemary improves memory, fennel steadies digestion, mint brightens a tired mind, and rue is useful for almost everything except making oneself popular. Some say he once tried to cure a brother's headache with a poultice so powerful that the man's eyes watered through an entire psalm. Others maintain that it worked wonderfully and that suffering is an unreliable witness. At the next table, one of the older brothers tears his bread into the bowl and lets it soak fully before lifting it. His teeth are fewer than they once were, and the gesture is practical rather than sentimental. Medieval life makes little ceremony over the adjustments of age. Bodies fail and habits adapt. Bread softens. Benches are chosen more carefully. Stairs are taken with deliberate peace. You eat the last of your pottage and feel the lingering heat in your belly. Modest but undeniable. A second server comes with a small wooden dish of salted fish, offering pieces only to a few at the head of the tables. Not everyone receives some today. You do not. This is not an insult, only order. The monastery has its own hierarchies of age, office, and necessity, and even its mercies are arranged in rows. Still, the smell reaches you briefly sharp, smoky, and strangely inviting. You tear another piece of bread instead. Above, smoke from the hall's hearth has gathered faintly in the rafters, though less thickly than in peasant halls or roadside inns. Even so, it leaves its mark. The beams are darkened. The upper stones hold a permanent memory of soot. There is a reason cloaks in winter smell of smoke, and not always because their owners enjoy evenings by the fire. In this world, almost every comfort leaves a trace. A little movement at the end of the hall draws your eye. A lay servant enters quietly with a basket of apples from the winter storehouse, smaller and more wrinkled now than they were in autumn, but still sound. They are set aside, perhaps for the infirmary or for later distribution. Stored fruit in winter always carries a faint air of triumph, as though someone managed to negotiate with the season and secure a modest concession. The reader pauses while water is taken, then resumes. You lift your cup again. The ale tastes faintly sour, faintly grainy, and entirely acceptable. In another life you might complain. In this one, you're more occupied with the pleasure of having something wet and safe and not frozen. Brother Aldrich finishes before you and folds his hands, waiting with the same patience he applies to every other circumstance, including poor ink, cold mornings, and novices who carry parchment like it is made of trapped souls. His face gives nothing away. Yet there is a kind of peace in such men. They have adjusted themselves to the day so completely that even discomfort seems unable to surprise them. You wonder whether this comes from holiness or exhaustion. Probably both. At the far wall hangs a painted board showing a saint with a book and a pen Jerome, most likely, though the face has gone a bit solemn and fox-like with age. Many scribes keep a fondness for Jerome, who translated, argued, wrote, and, if the stories are to be believed, possessed a temper sturdy enough to make copyists feel almost refined by comparison. Some swear that invoking him before difficult work keeps the hand from slipping. Others say he is more likely to protect you from bad grammar than from bad parchment. Either way, he receives his share of muttered respect. The meal begins to wind down. Spoons slow. bowls empty. The younger monk returns to collect what remains. Another moves with a cloth to wipe the worst crumbs from the boards. One of the brothers near the door coughs softly into his sleeve, then crosses himself, perhaps from habit, perhaps from fear of the cough becoming something more troublesome. In a monastery, every ailment is watched with a mixture of resignation and herbal ambition. Leeches, charms, and folk cures live closer to daily life than outsiders often imagine. A sore throat may meet honey if there is any, vinegar if there is not, and a prayer regardless. A swollen joint might be bathed in warm wine, wrapped in herbs, or left to Saint Benedict's opinion. If a headache persists, someone eventually suggests willow bark, mint, or the truly medieval strategy of enduring it while looking meaningful. Those who tell the tale never fully agree which remedies work because the living seldom compose careful treatises on what merely got them through a Tuesday. A final prayer is spoken. The benches shift back in a low communal scrape, and the brothers rise. You do the same, slower than you sat, feeling the welcome weight of food in you, and the less welcome stiffness that has returned to your lower back. Still, you're better now than when you entered. Warmth has found you in stages, first the bowl, then the bread, then the air of the hall, then the gentle dulling of hunger. You have become more human again. The line forms to leave. As you step out of the refectory, the colder air of the corridor meets your face, but it no longer feels like an enemy, more a stern acquaintance. The monastery around you is fully awake now. Doors stand open to storerooms. A boy crosses the passage with a bundle of kindling. From somewhere near the kitchens comes the brisk smell of ash and damp wood catching flame. Beyond that, through another opening, you glimpse part of the outer yard where a cart has left a wheel mark in mud beginning to soften under the weak morning light. For a moment you slow. Life here is not all bells and books. It is buckets, keys, soot, onions, storehouses, wet hems, and bread that could reasonably be used in self-defence. It is saints in painted panels and steam from pottage bowls. It is discipline made ordinary enough that no one bothers to call it remarkable. And then, because routine is stronger than reflection in a place like this, you turn back toward the cloister with the others. The horn windows of the scriptorium now glow with a steadier daylight. Inside, the pages wait where you left them, the half-burned candle still standing beside your desk, the quill laid neatly across the ruled leaf. The meal has passed, the silence of the refectory has done its quiet work, and the hand that served the spoon must now return to the pen. You cross the threshold once more, carrying with you the taste of coarse bread, the warmth of weak ale, and the strange small comfort of having eaten among men who say almost nothing, and yet somehow make the morning feel shared. The warmth of the refectory fades from you by degrees rather than all at once, like the memory of a good fire after stepping back into winter air. By the time you return to your bench in the scriptorium, the bowl of pottage and the weak ale have become less a present comfort and more a useful rumour circulating somewhere in your limbs. Still, it is enough. Your stomach has ceased its complaints, your fingers are less inclined to mutiny, and the pale daylight now filtering through the horn windows gives the room a steadier face than the one it wore before dawn. You settle onto the bench again and look at the page waiting before you. The leaf lies exactly as you left it, ruled and half-filled, the ink from the earlier lines now fully dry, darkened from its wet sheen into a sober brown black. Beside it stands the half-burned candle, its rim scalloped where the wax softened and set again. A little uneven tower of patient labour. You've already begun to think of it as your candle. though it belongs no more to you than the bench or the wall or the bell that tells you when to breathe. That is the strange trick of monastery life. You own almost nothing, yet you come to know certain objects with an intimacy far greater than ownership. You pick up the quill and hold it to the light. The nib is still sound, not perfect, but then neither are you, and the day has barely begun. You dip it into the ink, wipe the smallest excess on the lip of the pot, and bend again toward the exemplar. Now the work changes. Before dawn, writing feels like a struggle against sleep and cold, an act of obedience performed in darkness. But once daylight reaches the room, however weakly, the page becomes more revealing. Flaws stand forward, distances matter more. The eye notices what the dimness graciously concealed, a line drifting upward, the slightest crowding of letters, a capital not given quite enough dignity. These become visible with a clarity that is both blessing and accusation. You read ahead from the exemplar, gathering the next phrase into memory, then lower the pen to the parchment. Scratch, lift, shape, pause. The horn windows admit a milky light that spreads across the desks but never quite sharpens. Glass would be clearer, but glass belongs to richer places or more important rooms. Horn lets in brightness while preserving a certain medieval uncertainty, as if the world outside is only approximately committed to being seen. Through it you can make out blurred movement in the cloister now, and then a brother crossing with some bundle tucked under one arm. A flick of darker motion that might be a crow on the wall. Once the pale suggestion of steam or smoke drifting up from some lower chimney. Still, the light is enough to draw detail from the manuscript. The letters you form must now stand under the judgment not only of the armarius and your own weary conscience, but of daylight itself. You keep your hand steady, matching the script of the exemplar as closely as you can. There is comfort in imitation. The old page gives you a path, and all you must do is walk it with care. Yet even copying contains danger. It is remarkably easy for the eye to skip from one similar word to another, to lose a line, to drag a phrase forward that should have remained behind. Scribes have 100 subtle ways of going wrong, most of them discovered only after the mistake has dried. And mistakes do come. A little past the middle of the next line, your pen follows the memory of a word rather than the word itself. You do not notice at first. The letters form cleanly enough, shaped with confidence, and that is precisely the problem. A timid mistake is easier to catch. A graceful one walks right past your guard. Only when you glance back at the exemplar does the fault reveal itself. You stop at once. The wrong abbreviation, not disastrous, but wrong. The sort of error that could be ignored by a lazy man, cursed by a proud one, and corrected by a sensible one. Since the monastery tries, with varying success, to produce the third kind, you reach for the little knife. Correction is its own quiet art. With careful pressure, you scrape the surface of the parchment where the offending letters sit, lifting the uppermost layer just enough to remove the ink without tearing the skin beneath. Fine pale dust gathers under the blade. Too much force and you gouge the leaf. Too little and the stain remains. A ghost beneath the new writing. You work slowly, breathing through your nose, your face so near the page you can smell the dry animal scent of the parchment itself. Brother Odo glances over once, then away again with the tact of a man who knows all too well how easily one person's error becomes another person's warning. When the ink is mostly gone, you smooth the spot gently with pumice, rub the faintest dust away with a cloth, and test it with the pad of your finger. Acceptable. Not invisible, perhaps. Under strong light someone may one day see where the surface changed slightly, where the page bears the memory of your lapse. But manuscripts, like men, often carry their corrections just beneath the skin. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether a perfect page is more admirable than an honest one that has survived repair. You write the proper form above the scraped patch. Smaller now, more deliberate. There. The line continues. A little later, Brother Severin pauses beside Brother Martin's desk, where a smudge has appeared near the margin. No word is spoken at first. The Armarius merely looks. Brother Martin looks too, with the expression of a man who has just discovered that fate has a sense of humour and poor timing. Then Brother Severin taps once, lightly, near the edge of the leaf and moves on. The tap says, "Everything I saw it. You saw it. Fix it before it breeds." The monastery is full of such eloquent silences. Your own page, now restored to order, begins to grow line by line. The text block deepens. There is satisfaction in this, though a restrained sort. A copied leaf does not announce its progress in any lively way. It simply fills. Blank space gives way to writing. Pale skin becomes thought, prayer, instruction, whatever the book intends to carry. To outsiders it may seem repetitive, even punishingly so, but from inside the labour, the slow appearance of meaning across the page feels almost like watching frost gather on a window, except warmer and with fewer consequences for your nose. From farther down the room comes the soft rattle of a small box being opened. Pigments. Not for you yet, but for the brother assigned later work on decorated initials and marginal marks. You glance briefly and see Brother Martin, whose talents wander beyond herbs, carefully lifting small packets and shells from their container. Red lead. Perhaps. Verdigris. Ground azurite if the house is fortunate, though blue is dear and often hoarded like noble promises. There may be orpiment for yellow, lampblack for deep shadows, chalk white, and if heaven has smiled extravagantly upon the abbey, some little reserve of ultramarine so precious it might as well be powdered daylight from paradise. Illumination is a different kind of patience. The writing hand lays the road. The illuminator hangs lanterns along it. Yet the page must first be left proper spaces for initials, headings, and decoration, and you keep that in mind as you proceed. When a large opening letter is needed, you leave a blank, not too generous, not mean, enough for beauty, not enough for vanity. Though occasionally the balance goes astray, and a future reader is left admiring a splendid capital squeezed into a space that looks almost embarrassed to contain it. No one can quite agree whether this comes from miscalculation or from artists believing rules are polite suggestions. A shaft of brighter light pushes through one window as clouds shift outside. It touches the desk surface and catches the edge of your knife, the lip of the ink pot, the faint grain of the parchment. Suddenly the corrected patch is more visible than before. You stare at it for a moment, mildly wounded. So much for invisibility. But the brightness passes as quickly as it came, and the patch recedes into modest imperfection again. You continue. Your eyes begin to tire before the rest of you does. This is one of the quieter inconveniences of the work. The back protests loudly enough, the fingers sting with cold and pressure, but the eyes simply grow heavy around the edges, as though wrapped in wool from within. You blink, look briefly toward the window, then back down to the exemplar. Some scribes rinse their eyes with cool water, others claim fennel helps. Brother Martin, naturally, thinks rose water improves almost everything except bad temper, and perhaps even that if applied forcefully enough. There is an old belief, whispered more than stated, that too much fine copying by poor light can leave a man susceptible to seeing shapes in the corner of the room that are not really there. Some swear these are no more than drifting shadows and weary vision. Others, with greater interest in drama, suggest that idle spirits are drawn to books and resent being left unread. Even now, it is hard to tell whether such tales began as superstition or as a useful way to make novices sleep when told not to wander after dark. The room remains too practical for haunting, in your opinion. Dust, wax, and discipline tend to discourage theatrics. Still, there are moments when the scratch of all those quills together sounds less like writing and more like a kind of dry rainfall, as if the room itself were slowly weathering into text. You pause at the end of another line and rub your thumb against the forefinger of your left hand, feeling the remaining roughness from dried pumice dust. Nearby, Brother Aldrich straightens one finished leaf and sets another in its place with the solemnity of a man changing altar cloths. His progress is not fast, and yet somehow he is always ahead. There are people like that in every age, those who move without visible haste and still arrive first, which is admirable and irritating in equal measure. A novice enters quietly with fresh water and a small folded cloth for the armarius, then lingers for a heartbeat too long near the pigment desk, plainly fascinated by the little stores of colour. Brother Severin notices without appearing to notice, and the novice departs at once with that particular speed unique to boys who realise they have just been seen wanting something decorative. You return to the text. The wording before you now contains a passage of repeated structure, the sort likely to snare a wandering mind. You slow further. Your lips move faintly as you fix the sequence in memory. One clause, then another answering it, then a third that mirrors the first closely enough to invite catastrophe. You copy each part with deliberate caution, lifting the pen a little more often than usual. It feels almost ceremonial, like crossing stepping stones over cold water. At last the passage is done. You exhale. A very small triumph. But these are the victories monasteries specialize in: unseen, unannounced, deeply satisfying to exactly 3 people and a saint. Now and then the scribes add tiny signs for corrections or instructions in the margin, a note for the rubricator to supply a red heading, a mark reminding where a decorated initial begins, a little carré calling lost text back into the line like a sheep retrieved from the ditch. These signs are humble, practical, and oddly intimate. They reveal the manuscript not as a miracle sprung perfect into being, but as the work of many hands cooperating across days and weeks. A book, here, is less an object than a conversation held in ink. You add one such guide where needed, a neat little note to mark the opening space for a larger letter. The margin receives it without complaint. Margins are generous territory. They hold comments, corrections, symbols, occasional absurd little faces, and the evidence that even the most disciplined copyist is still, inconveniently, human. Brother Odo once swore he found a manuscript from another house, with a tiny rabbit in the lower corner chasing a huntsman. Brother Martin claimed this proved moral decline. Brother Aldrich thought it proved boredom. You privately suspect it proved excellent judgment. As the morning advances, daylight gains authority. The candles are still burning, but now they seem less like masters and more like old attendants reluctant to retire. Their flames waver softly when a door opens. Wax gathers and cools. Your half-burned candle leans slightly to one side, though not enough to threaten disaster. You make a note to trim it later. Outside, muted through horn and stone, comes a brief scatter of noise from the outer yard. A cart, perhaps, or a gate unbarred. Somewhere a hammer strikes wood twice, then stops. The world beyond the monastery walls continues its usual business of mud, commerce, livestock, tolls, and weather. Pilgrims will be on the roads. Merchants will be arguing over cloth, salt, and honesty. Manor courts will be convening to decide who owes what and to whom. But here the great event of the hour is that your line remains straight, and the corrected abbreviation no longer offends heaven. You find this oddly reassuring. By the time you reach the lower portion of the page, your hand has taken on that steadiness which only comes after error, repair, and continued survival. You're more careful now, but not frightened. That is the useful middle ground. The letters march cleanly, the spaces hold, the text grows, and in the soft, uncertain light of the horn windows, with beeswax breathing faint sweetness beside you, and the corrected patch lying halfway up the leaf like a quietly learned lesson, you begin to understand how the manuscript comes alive not all at once, and not through any one act of brilliance, but by patient accumulations of line, correction, blank space, colour yet to come, and the simple willingness to begin again after a mistake. By the time the page has begun to look satisfyingly inhabited, its upper half filled with neat lines, its lower half waiting with the quiet patience only parchment can manage the rhythm of the morning shifts again. It happens subtly at first. Brother Severin closes the pigment chest with a careful click. Brother Aldrich ties a finished gathering between two boards with a strip of linen, somewhere beyond the scriptorium. A door opens onto the cloister and lets in a cooler thread of air carrying the scent of damp stone and winter herbs. Then the Armarius lifts his head, looks toward you, and says, in the measured voice of a man who has never once wasted a syllable on enthusiasm, "Take these to the cupboard in the east walk, then bring the tally from the storehouse to Brother Petrus. That is all. A grand commission, in monastery terms. You set down your quill with more gratitude than you let show. The hand that has been bent around a pen all morning opens slowly, like something uncurling after a long sleep. There is a pleasant ache in your fingers now, no longer sharp, only settled. You rise from the bench with the usual negotiation between knees, back, and dignity. Then gather the small bundle of leaves Brother Severin indicates. They are not finished pages exactly, but prepared sheets and copied leaves awaiting the next stage rubrication, correction, binding, or simply being kept somewhere that curious novices and drifting sleeves cannot ruin them. You cradle them with both hands. Parchment, even in modest stacks, has a particular weight to it, not heavy in the way of grain sacks or water pails, but dense, stubborn, and faintly alive to the touch. The edges are cool beneath your fingers. A cord keeps them aligned. On the upper leaf, one broad blank space waits for an initial yet to be painted. It looks oddly expectant, as if the page knows beauty is coming and is trying not to seem vain about it. You turn from the desk and cross the room. The scriptorium in daylight feels less like a cave of labour now, and more like a machine of quiet order, each bench and tool belonging to some larger arrangement that operates without haste and without pause. The half-burned candle remains by your place, leaning just perceptibly, and you find yourself absurdly reassured to leave it there, as though some loyal waxen deputy will keep watch over your unfinished lines until you return. Medieval comfort, you are learning, often consists of developing emotional attachments to objects no larger than a spoon. At the door, Brother Martin glances up from his pigments. One fingertip is already stained red. Mind the draught, he murmurs, meaning the pages, not your health, though perhaps both. You nod and step into the corridor. The air of the cloister meets you at once cooler, fresher, and carrying that mingled smell of wet stone, old mortar, damp wool, and the herb garden in the garth below. The covered walk stretches ahead in clean lines of column and arch. Pale daylight now reaches fully into the open square, though it remains weak and winter thin. Frost still survives in the shadows near the central beds, where sage and rue crouch low against the season, and rosemary keeps its quiet, stubborn green. Some swear rosemary planted in a cloister thrives better when it can hear the psalms through the walls. Others insist it only prefers good drainage and less nonsense. No one can quite agree whether herbs love holiness or merely competent gardening. You move carefully along the east walk, the bundle held close. Your sandals whisper against the stone. To your right the garth lies still, save for a pair of birds hopping near the bare branches of a little fruit tree. To your left, doors open at intervals into the rooms that keep a monastery from drifting entirely into the clouds of its own devotion. The first of these stands half open a small chamber where wax and lamp oil are stored. You glimpse shelves lined with candles, some fine beeswax for the church and the scriptorium, some rougher and paler tallow for meaner corners and less noble hours. The smell there is thick and faintly sweet, mingled with the sharper, greasy note of cheaper lights. Every flame in the monastery begins in rooms like this, long before it rises over a book or altar. Farther on, you pass a recess where iron tools hang from pegs' keys, hinges awaiting repair, spare hooks, a length of chain, and a hammer with a polished wooden handle darkened by years of use. Monasteries may speak often of souls, but nothing in them opens, shuts, locks, hangs, or survives winter without iron. The blacksmith in the outer yard, or whichever local smith the abbey favours, is almost as essential to contemplation as St. Benedict, though one suspects the official records phrase this a little differently. The east cupboard waits beneath a narrow arch. Its door is oak, banded with iron, with a lock large enough to discourage both thieves and optimism. Brother Severin's ring of keys is not at your belt, of course, so the door stands already unlatched for you, open just enough to admit a dutiful brother and a modest stack of leaves. Inside, shelves run from waist height almost to the lintel. Folded quires lie between boards, rolled documents are tied with cords, a few finished volumes rest with the solemn, self-important air of those who know they have become books. You place the bundle where indicated, aligning it with the other stacks. It is impossible not to look for a moment. One shelf holds texts copied in different hands, some large and open, some tight and crabbed, some elegant enough to make you straighten unconsciously in their presence. Another contains calendars and records, rents owed, alms given, stores measured, names remembered. Piety requires a surprising amount of accounting. Beside them sits a small box for pilgrim badges and tokens left by guests or donors, a little lead shell, a stamped saint, a worn bit of metal shaped like a hand. Objects carry stories even when no one has time to tell them. Some swear that a certain old volume kept here will sometimes open, if left unsecured, to the same page every winter, as though it favours one reading above all others. Others say the binding is simply warped from age and damp. Even now, it is hard to tell whether monasteries encourage legends or merely produce so many corners for them to collect in. You close the cupboard door gently and pull it to. Next comes the storehouse tally. The way to the storehouse takes you round the end of the cloister and down a passage cooler than the rest, where the walls thicken and the floor shows dark scuffs from barrels rolled over stone. Here the smell changes. The clean dryness of parchment gives way to grain dust, old apples, onions, smoke, and the faint cellar-cool scent of stored things keeping themselves through winter by sheer stubbornness. A lay brother emerges from the passage ahead carrying a sack against one shoulder. He steps aside without ceremony, and you press yourself and your empty hands against the wall to let him pass. The sack brushes the stone, leaving a faint dusting of meal behind. He smells of chaff and cold air. The storehouse door stands open, and within, Brother Petrus bends over a wooden chest, counting something under his breath. He is cellarer's assistant, which means he lives in perpetual negotiation with beans, barrels, rodents, weather, and the appetites of a religious community that pretends not to care about food and yet notices every missing onion like a theological event. He looks up. Brother Petrus has the face of a man born to distrust shortages, and perhaps also jokes, though occasionally one gets past his defences. His sleeves are tucked back. A bit of straw clings to his habit near one knee. Behind him the room extends in ordered dimness, shelves of dried peas and beans in sacks, baskets of roots, wheels of cheese wrapped in cloth, crocks of salted fish, a small heap of shrivelling apples from the winter stores, and casks marked with charcoal signs indicating ale, vinegar and whatever else the abbey thinks worth preserving from decay and theft. The tally, you say quietly. He jerks his chin toward a wax tablet resting near the scales. Take it to the infirmary first, he says. Brother Anselm wants the count of honey and rosemary before he signs for more cloth. Of course he does. A monastery is like any other small enclosed world. One errand flowers naturally into three, and by the time you complete them you begin to suspect that somewhere a saint is laughing. You pick up the tablet. Its wax surface bears neat incised marks and abbreviated words, with a stylus tied to one corner by cord. Brother Petrus returns to his counting with the intense suspicion of a man who believes turnips breed mischief when unobserved. As you turn to go, your eye catches the storehouse cat asleep atop a folded sack, tail tucked over its nose, providing that level of anti-mouse vigilance common to creatures who feel no need to prove themselves to anyone. Some swear monastery cats keep better discipline than monks because they never pretend to enjoy obedience. It is an uncharitable thought, but not always an inaccurate one. Back into the passage you go, tablet in hand. The infirmary lies beyond a smaller court, near the herb garden and the warming room. On your way you pass another chamber where wool blankets are folded in presses against the coldest nights. The smell of lanolin drifts from the crack in the door, earthy, thick, and oddly comforting. Nearby hangs a row of fur-lined cloaks reserved for travel or severe weather, their collars turned inward to keep the better part of the warmth from gossiping into the corridor. A visiting prior or brother sent out on abbey business might wear one beyond the gate. Inside the walls, most content themselves with wool and righteous endurance. You cross a narrow covered way and catch sight of the outer court through an arch. There, life moves in a plainer register. A cart stands tilted while one wheel is inspected. 2 lay servants carry split wood toward the kitchen. Smoke rises from a low chimney and flattens in the cold air. Mud lies thick near the gate where hooves and boots have churned the ground into something between earth and argument. Beyond the wall, just visible through the opening at the gatehouse, the road runs pale and damp under the day, leading somewhere toward market, fields, manor disputes, roadside shrines, and all the other inconveniences by which the world reminds monasteries that it still exists. For a heartbeat you linger. There is a freedom beyond those walls, perhaps, but also weather, tolls, suspicious dogs, and the kind of inn-beds that make monastery benches seem upholstered. One should never romanticize medieval roads unless one has no intention of using them. Then you move on. The infirmary door is lower than the others and padded by a hanging against draughts. When you enter, warmth meets you not luxurious, but deliberate. A small brazier burns here, and the room smells of rosemary, vinegar, beeswax, dried lavender, and the faint metallic tang of old remedies. Shelves hold jars and bundles of herbs hung upside down from beams. There are leech pots on one side table, their cloudy water holding several dark, patient creatures whose contribution to medicine is both traditional and profoundly unwelcome looking. Brother Anselm sits by the window, mending a strip of linen with the same calm he likely applies to fevers and complaints. He is thin, silver-browed, and moves with a gentleness that never quite slips into softness. Infirmarians cannot afford softness. They deal in aches, poultices, draughts, and the thousand small failures of flesh. You offer the wax tablet. He sets down the linen and reads the tally, his lips moving slightly. Honey is low, he says. Rosemary tolerable. Cloth insufficient, as ever. As ever, you echo, as it seems expected. He gives the faintest smile and scratches his approval mark into the wax with the stylus. On a nearby bench lies a brother with one ankle wrapped in comfrey and linen, elevated on a folded blanket. At the far side another dozes beneath a wool coverlet while a cup of something herbal steams on a stool. The room is not sorrowful exactly, though it is honest. Bodies fail, herbs are applied, prayers are said. Sometimes one helps the other, and sometimes both merely make the waiting kinder. Some swear a charm written with St. Blaise's name and tied near the throat will ease stubborn coughing. Others trust more in Termian honey. Brother Anselm, judging by the room, sees no reason not to employ both when available. Monastic medicine has a refreshingly broad definition of consistency. You may take this on to the kitchen, he says, handing the tablet back. The cellarer wants the mark before noon. Naturally. You leave the infirmary carrying not only the tablet but also the sense of the place clinging faintly to your sleeve rosemary and warm cloth, and a suggestion of vinegar. As you head toward the kitchen side of the monastery, the bells remain silent for the moment, leaving the house to its lesser sounds. Footsteps, a distant pail set down, the creak of a door, the rustle of the wind along the cloister walk. The kitchen passage grows warmer as you near it. Smoke, onions, and damp wood announce the room before it is visible. A boy darts past with a basket of turnips, nearly colliding with you, then remembers both his manners and your existence at the final moment. He bows in that abrupt, half-panicked fashion of the young, and disappears through a side door. Inside the kitchen, the world is transformed into useful disorder. Pots hang from hooks. A cauldron murmurs over the fire. Bundles of herbs dry above the hearth where the smoke can keep some insects at bay and flavour everything else indiscriminately. The floor is rush-strewn but clearly losing the battle. 2 women from the outer servants' quarters knead dough at a board, their sleeves rolled up, their motions brisk and practised. A lay brother chops leeks with the weary confidence of one who has chopped many and loved none. The cellarer stands near a table, inspecting a basket of smoked fish as though betrayal might be concealed in the tails. You hold out the tally. He takes it, reads Brother Anselm's mark, grunts once, and tucks the tablet beneath his arm. That apparently is thanks. Yet before you turn away, he gestures toward a small loaf heel and a slice of cheese set aside on the table. For the scriptorium, he says, unexpected grace. You take them, wrapped in a cloth. The bread is plain, the cheese hard and white. Taken together, they amount to a feast by the standards of mid-morning labour, and a sign that the house, however sternly, does remember those bent-over desks. With this prize in hand, you retrace your path through cloister and corridor. The monastery now feels broader to you than it did at dawn, not larger in size, but in texture. The scriptorium, storehouse, infirmary, kitchen, cupboard, herb beds, Outer court, each part depends upon the others. Ink needs candles, candles need wax, wax needs stores, accounts, transport, and hands. Sick monks need honey, honey needs bees, weather, and someone patient enough to keep them. Books need all of it. When you step back into the scriptorium, the dry scent of parchment greets you like an old habit resuming its place. Brother Severin looks up once. You place the loaf heel and cheese where he can see, and the approval in his expression is so slight it might be mistaken for a change in candlelight. Still, it exists. You return to your bench, where the unfinished page waits beside the leaning half-burned candle, and sit once more with fingers newly awakened by movement, eyes refreshed by stone passages and outdoor light, and mind quietly filled with the hidden machinery of the monastery you have just walked through. Outside, somewhere in the cloister, a bird taps briefly at the horn window and startles itself away. Inside, you reach for the quill. The page, the cupboard, the storehouse, the herbs, the kitchen fire, the keys at Brother Severin's belt, the cat on the sack, the honey counted by scratches in wax, all of it seems now to gather behind this simple act. You dip the nib into the ink and begin again. When you return to the desk after your walk through cupboards, passages, and kitchen heat, the scriptorium feels at once smaller and more complete. Smaller because the page narrows the world again so quickly. More complete because you have now seen what supports it, the grain counted in the storehouse, the honey measured in the infirmary, the candles sleeping in their shelves of waxy quiet, the kitchen labouring over the next plain mercy in a pot. The manuscript before you no longer seems like the centre of the monastery so much as one careful note in a much larger chant. Still, it is your note, for the moment. You sit, unwrap the little heel of bread and hard cheese, and set them aside where they can be reached without endangering the leaf. Brother Severin has already divided the offering with the brisk fairness of a man who trusts appetite least when left unsupervised. Each desk receives only a little, enough to steady the body, not enough to turn the room into a picnic, which is fortunate because nothing would ruin a saint's commentary faster than a shower of crumbs ground into fresh parchment. You take a bite between lines. The bread is firmer than kindness but less aggressive than the morning loaf in the refectory, and the cheese is salty enough to wake even the most disciplined part of your mind. It crumbles slightly at the edge and leaves a pale dust on your fingers, which you wipe away at once with a scrap of cloth before they can venture toward the page. Monastic snacking is a delicate art, balanced somewhere between gratitude and panic. The line you resume is a neat one, and the letters go down obediently. Outside the horn windows, the day has strengthened to a pale silver that hints at cold more than warmth. Through the clouded sheets of horn, movement passes in blurred strips, a dark form crossing the cloister, a flicker of brighter cloth at the edge of the outer yard, perhaps one of the servants or a boy carrying something wrapped against the weather. The monastery lives in motions glimpsed only halfway from this room, like a world seen through sleep. Then, from somewhere toward the gatehouse, comes a new sound. Voices. Not loud, not quarrelsome, only unfamiliar in their cadence. The monastery's own speech, when it happens, tends to be brief, level, and worn smooth by habit. These voices rise and fall differently, with that slight uncertain energy of people not sure whether they are welcome but hopeful that they might be. One of them coughs, another laughs softly, then cuts it short. Brother Odo pauses, pen lifted. Brother Martin glances toward the window. No one speaks, but everyone hears it. In a place governed by bells and schedules, strangers arrive like pebbles dropped into still water. The ripples may be small, yet they travel. A moment later, footsteps pass more quickly in the cloister, and you imagine the porter at the gate, the lay servants adjusting some bundle or latch, a novice being sent to fetch someone with more authority and fewer opinions than himself. You continue writing, but your mind leans outward. Monasteries stand apart from the world without fully escaping it. Roads bring news, rumours, mud, gifts, requests, obligations, and the occasional pilgrim convinced that holiness improves dramatically when one is allowed in before supper. Some travellers come seeking shelter, some seek relics, some want advice, alms, medicine, or witnesses to a land boundary argument so dull it could extinguish candles at 10 paces, and some simply need dry walls for a night. The voices at the gate fade, replaced by a more practical shuffling of feet and wood. Somewhere an iron bar is lifted, then set back. You picture the gatehouse now with more clarity than you saw it from afar earlier, its thick timbers, its narrow viewing slit. The little chamber beside the entrance where the porter keeps watch with a stool, perhaps a brazier, and certainly a better understanding than most men of just how wet travellers can become. A little while later the door to the scriptorium opens, and Brother Severin looks up with that tiny movement that serves him for reaction. It is not one of the scribes entering, but a young novice with pink ears and a face sharpened by cold. The porter asks for 2 clean cloths, he says quietly, and if Brother Martin might spare a little salve. Brother Martin does not sigh, though his shoulders consider it. He rises, wipes his fingers, and goes to the little chest where useful things are kept. Cloth strips, twine, a scrap of wax, a stoppered pot of some herbal grease with a scent halfway between rosemary and sheep. He hands them over. For cracked hands, he asks. The novice nods. Traveller, then, says Brother Martin. 3, the boy replies. 1 woman, 2 men, pilgrims, perhaps. Perhaps. That one word is enough to stir several quiet speculations in the room. Pilgrims bring stories with them, and stories are a kind of weather of their own. They also bring wet hems, suspicious blisters, and badges pinned to cloaks with a confidence not always supported by the roads they have actually walked. A man can buy a pilgrim badge in a market and acquire an impressive spiritual biography by supper if no one asks questions. No one can quite agree whether all pilgrims are holy, foolish, or merely damp, though the third category appears the most consistent. The novice leaves, the door closes, the scratch of pens resumes. But after a few more lines, Brother Severin straightens and says, You, his glance settles on you, take the copied leaves to the west desk, then see whether the guests have been settled in the gatehouse. The porter may need bread. You lower the quill at once. There are worse errands than this. In truth, the thought of standing up and peering, however modestly, into the human business beyond the cloister stirs a small bright interest in you. The manuscript will wait. The world, briefly, has come knocking. You gather the leaves that must be moved. Carry them to the west desk where a rubricator will later add red headings. Then wipe your fingers once more before leaving the room. The corridor beyond seems livelier than earlier, though monasteries never exactly become bustling unless fire or feast is involved. A lay brother crosses with a basket of kindling. Someone laughs once near the kitchen and is quiet again. The air holds a faint thread of colder wind from the gate passage. You follow it. The route to the gatehouse leads past the outer court, and here the monastery opens its face to workaday life. Mud glistens in ruts cut by a cartwheel near the side wall. Chickens pick with deep theological seriousness near a drain. A dog lies beneath an overturned trough, one eye open and clearly unconvinced by everyone. Smoke from the kitchen chimney drifts low and carries the scent of damp wood. Leak tops. and something baking that will almost certainly be plainer than it smells. At the far side rises the gatehouse, squat and practical, its stone darker with weather than the inner buildings. The wooden doors stand shut against the road, but the wicket has been used recently. You can tell by the wet mark and the strip of mud tracked across the threshold. Beside the entrance, the porter's room glows faintly with firelight. You duck inside. The porter, Brother Luke, sits on a stool with the expression of a man who has spent years deciding who may enter and who may wait outside in character-building weather. He is broad-shouldered, grey-bearded, and perpetually wrapped in a cloak that smells of smoke and winter air. Near the brazier stand the travellers. There are indeed 3. The first is a woman of perhaps 40, perhaps 50, it's hard to tell in this light and with road dust softening the face. Her cloak is thick but badly wet at the hem, and a small lead badge in the shape of a shell is pinned near her shoulder. Pilgrim, then, or at least equipped for the role. Her hands are red and cracked from cold. The second is an older man with a staff and a patched hood, his boots so muddy they seem less worn than grown from the road itself. The third is younger, with a bundle tied on his back and the particular guarded politeness of someone used to sleeping near strangers without entirely trusting them. The room smells of wet wool, mud, smoke, and the salve Brother Martin has just provided. Brother Luke lifts his chin at you. Bread, he says, and perhaps the heel from yesterday if the kitchen still has it. He says this as though bread is an abstract principle that travels conveniently toward need. But you nod, because that is how errand chains survive. Before you go, though, the woman turns slightly toward you. Is there a shrine here? She asks in a low voice. Careful, respectful. There is a chapel, you answer, and relics. This seems to please her, though with travellers one can never be sure whether pleasure comes from devotion or from the hope that relics indicate better hospitality. She adjusts the shell badge at her shoulder. It is worn at the edge, likely from real use rather than decorative enthusiasm. Some swear badges protect a traveller on the road from thieves, fever, and bad lodging. Others point out that they mainly advertise one's ability to buy small bits of lead. The older man is rubbing his hands near the brazier. The cracked skin at the knuckles explains the salve. His staff leans against the wall beside him, polished smooth where his palm has held it over many miles. At his belt hangs a little pouch and a wooden spoon, which seems sensible. Very few medieval difficulties are improved by not having your own spoon. The younger man keeps near the door, eyes flicking once toward the heavy gate timbers and once toward the inner yard. He has the look of someone measuring whether this is the sort of holy place that gives alms gladly, or asks many questions first. There are, regrettably, both kinds. I'll fetch it, you say. Brother Luke grunts once in approval, which in his language may amount to warm praise. Back across the yard you go, the cold striking your face more sharply after the gatehouse brazier. The kitchen receives your request with less romance than the pilgrims might imagine. One servant points with a flowered hand toward a shelf, where yesterday's heel and 2 smaller pieces lie under cloth. A lay brother adds an onion without being asked, then shrugs as if embarrassed to have felt generous in public. You carry the bundle back. When you enter the gatehouse again, the travellers have been settled on the bench along the wall. Brother Luke has produced a small cup of watered ale for each. The sort of kindness that does not trouble itself to smile. The woman thanks you as you hand over the bread. The older man nods with grave sincerity. The younger simply says, God keep the house. That phrase lingers. It is easy, from the safety of cloisters and routines, to think of the world as a vague outer thing: roads, villages, tolls, fields under frost, forests where paths multiply, markets smelling of fish and wool, watchfires in manor yards, muddy horses, and inns whose fleas have wider social lives than some nobles. But standing here with travellers who carry the road on their cloaks, you feel its shape more strongly. The woman breaks the bread neatly into portions, offering the larger piece to the older man first. He refuses. She insists. He takes it. The younger man accepts the onion with a look almost tender. Hunger organizes people very quickly. Brother Luke, meanwhile, asks the practical questions. Whence have they come from the south road, by way of the ford? Is the bridge passable? Barely. Are there men-at-arms troubling the route near the woods? Not today. Has fever touched the villages eastward? One child sick in a hamlet, they say, but no more. Has the merchant fair at the next town begun tomorrow? Likely, if the carts arrive. So the news comes in, small and useful. No proclamations, no grand histories, just the little current of information by which medieval life avoids complete disaster. Roads, weather, sickness, tolls, rumours of bandits, the price of salt, whose ox died, whose daughter was wed, where a cartwheel broke, whether the ford runs deep. Kingdoms may rest on charters and swords, but daily survival rests on details carried in wet boots. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether monasteries shelter travellers out of duty, charity, prudence, or curiosity. Watching Brother Luke listen without appearing interested, you suspect the answer is yes. After a little while, your part in the matter ends. The guests are settled for now. Bread has reached hands more in need than yours. The porter has news to pass to those who care about roads and stores, and whether more pilgrims may soon appear with appetites ready. You step back from the brazier's warmth and into the yard again. As you cross toward the cloister, the sound of the travellers' voices lingers faintly behind you, threaded now with the porter's lower replies. Not loud, not dramatic, only human. Yet after a morning of scratch, wax, and measured silence, those road-worn voices seem strangely large, as if they've carried a whole landscape in with them. In the cloister the air is cleaner, the herb beds lie still, the horn windows of the scriptorium shine pale and cloudy. Somewhere overhead a rook complains from the roof line, perhaps objecting to visitors, or merely to existence. The dog by the trough has shifted but not improved his opinion of anyone. You step inside the scriptorium again, and at once the room folds around you in its old discipline. Your desk waits, the unfinished page, the half-burned candle, the quill with its careful nib, Brother Martin's red-stained fingertip, Brother Odo bent over his lines, Brother Aldrich already farther along, naturally. Brother Severin glances up only long enough to see that you have returned, and that the world beyond the gate has not, apparently, collapsed. You sit. For a moment, before the quill touches down, you are aware of both worlds at once, the gatehouse smelling of wet wool and road mud, and this room smelling of ink, parchment, and beeswax, pilgrim badges and rubric marks, cracked hands by a brazier, and your own stained fingers by a desk, bread broken on the bench and letters arranged on the page. Then the feeling narrows, as it always does. You dip the pen, lower it, and continue the line, while somewhere beyond the monastery doors the travellers eat in the gatehouse and wait for the road to release them again. When you lower yourself back onto the bench, the wood greets you with the same old indifference. Yet something in you has shifted. The gatehouse still lingers in your senses, the smell of wet wool warming by a brazier, the mud drying in ridges on boots, the little lead shell pinned to the woman's cloak, the older man's hand wrapped around a crust of bread as if it were a treaty. The road has brushed against the monastery and gone quiet again, but not before leaving a faint print on your thoughts. The page before you, by contrast, is dry, orderly, and waiting. You take up the quill and continue where the line left off, though for a few moments your hand works more readily than your mind. It is still half at the gate. You picture the travellers settling on that bench, their shoulders easing by fractions as warmth and bread begin to persuade their bodies they may not die on the road this afternoon after all. Then the scriptorium reclaims you in stages, the scratch of Brother Odo's pen, the soft thud of a board being laid flat at the west desk, the faint sweetness of beeswax rising from your half-burned candle, the sober smell of ink. Line by line, the room closes around you again. This part of the day belongs to another craft. The text you are copying now approaches one of the places marked for embellishment, where the opening of a new section requires a larger initial. You have already left the blank for it, a measured space at the head of the line, and now Brother Martin, or rather the more colourful side of Brother Martin, has moved nearer with his pigments and shells. Not every scribe illuminates, and not every illuminator writes a hand worth boasting about. But the two arts share a room often enough to eye one another with a mix of dependence and quiet superiority. You finish the line beside the blank and set the pen down. Brother Martin comes to stand at your desk, carrying a small wooden tray. Upon it rests a kingdom reduced to powders and patience a shell, with red pigment bright as a wound seen through chapel glass. Another with a blue made from crushed stone. One green that looks almost too lively for monastic use. A little dish of size for adhesion. A wrapped square of gold leaf protected from the air like a holy secret. And two brushes so fine they seem less made than grown. The tray gives off a faint mineral smell, mixed with the gum used to bind the pigments. Brother Martin sets it down with reverence entirely appropriate to the cost of what it holds. "Mind your sleeve," he murmurs, which is not criticism, only prophecy averted. "You tuck your arm closer." He studies the space left for the initial. It will be a grand letter by the standards of the room, not enormous, not fit for a king's gospel perhaps, but dignified enough to open the section properly. The first stage is not colour but planning. He takes up a fine point and lightly sketches the shape within the blank space. A vertical spine, curling arms, small interior divisions where red and blue may later answer one another. You watch the lines emerge so faintly they seem imagined at first. There is something soothing in seeing beauty begin so quietly. The illuminator's work appears splendid in finished books, all gilded halos and jewel-bright letters catching candlelight as if heaven itself has taken up residence in the margins. But before that, it is restraint, measurement, tiny decisions, a curve just so, an inner knot, a little leaf shape where the stem of the letter may flower outward into decoration. Too much, and the page grows foolish. Too little, and it looks mean, like so much else here. Illumination depends on the difficult virtue of enough. Brother Martin wets a brush and stirs the red. The pigment loosens into brightness. It is not the scarlet of banners in summer tourneys or the theatrical red of painted tavern signs. It is deeper, more controlled, with the grave richness of church cloth or sealing wax warming by a flame. He lays it into the body of the letter with astonishing steadiness, and the blank space that sat so patiently a moment ago begins to wake. You resume copying on the line below, careful now not to jolt the desk. This creates a peculiar companionship. Your black letters extend the text while a few inches away. Brother Martin builds its ceremonial doorway. The room grows very quiet around such moments. Even Brother Odo seems to scrape his pen more respectfully. Across from you. Brother Aldrich does not look up, but one senses he's aware of the colours all the same. Bright pigment changes the air. A shaft of afternoon light, weak but sincere, reaches through the horn window and falls across the tray. The gold leaf flashes even through its wrapping. For an instant, the whole desk looks richer than the Abbey has any right to be. Gold is a wonder and a nuisance in equal measure. No one can quite agree whether it is more difficult to apply or more difficult not to boast about afterward. Some swear the best gold leaf must be laid only when the breath is held, and the room itself seems willing to cooperate. Others say the real trick is to keep novices from sneezing anywhere within 10 paces. Both positions have merit. Brother Martin finishes the red portions and lets them set before turning to the blue. This one is finer, dearer, cooler to the eye. Blue has a way of bringing calm to a page, though it may equally bring panic to whoever pays for it. Not all blue is equal. Some comes from commoner sources, some from stone brought by long trade over seas and roads, more exhausting than piety usually admits. The finer the blue, the more carefully it is watched. A drop wasted on a sleeve might amount to a small theological crisis. You keep your elbows very close indeed. As the blue settles beside the red, the letter takes on its full rhythm. Opposites begin to balance. Then, with a seriousness that makes even the candle flame seem attentive, Brother Martin prepares the gilding. He uses a little raised ground first, not much, just enough to catch the light later. Then he breathes once, shallowly, and with a tool finer than any spoon belonging to any traveller, he lays the gold. It clings, not perfectly on the first touch, nothing noble ever does without witnesses and fuss, but well enough. A little pressing, a little smoothing, and the surface begins to shine. Not loudly. Gold in a monastery is rarely gaudy at close hand. It gleams in secret, waiting for candlelight or turning pages to reveal it. That is part of its magic. It does not shout. It waits to be discovered. The page before you now has such a place. You pause despite yourself. Brother Martin notices and allows himself the smallest smile. Right, he says under his breath. It won't admire itself. So you do. Yet your eye keeps being drawn sideways, not rudely, only in gratitude. There is relief in seeing colour after a morning of brown-black strokes and pale skin. The pigments seem to carry a wider world into the room lapis from trade roads, vermilion from distant hands, gold beaten thin by craftsmen you will never meet, all arriving here to sit at a monastery desk beside an onion-scented lunch crumb and a half-burned candle. Medieval life is full of such collisions between the humble and the precious. A saint's halo may glow inches away from a correction scraped by a sleepy monk with cold fingers. Brother Martin, having secured the gold, begins to add the smaller ornament around the initial. Tiny pen flourishes, a red line curling into a leaf, a blue bud, a thread-like extension reaching into the margin just enough to enliven it, without turning the whole page into a spring festival. He knows exactly where to stop, which may be the mark of a master in any age. Some swear that luminators hide little symbols in their borders, a snail for laziness, a dog for loyalty, a vine for resurrection, an acorn for patience, a rabbit for reasons known only to God and bored scribes. Others insist this is mostly the invention of the later readers with too much time and inadequate turnip duties. Even now, it is hard to tell. Certainly some pages contain odd little creatures that no sermon fully explains. This page, however, remains sober. Sober, but alive. By the time the initial is complete, your own lines beneath it have caught up with the new section. The page feels transformed. The black script no longer sits alone. It belongs now to a whole composed thing, text entered through colour and gold. You understand suddenly why readers pause at decorated letters even when they know the words by heart. The eye is invited in with ceremony, and the mind follows more willingly when beauty holds the door. Brother Severin appears, as he invariably does whenever something reaches the exact point between vulnerable and valuable. He bends over the desk, studies the initial, the surrounding lines, the spacing, the neatness of the margin, and the dryness of the gold. "Good," he says. To you, to Brother Martin, to the page itself, the ambiguity feels intentional. Brother Martin gathers his tray and moves to another desk where a red heading waits. As he leaves, the faint mineral scent of pigment goes with him, and the scriptorium settles back into ink and wax. Yet the illuminated letter remains, catching what little light the horn window offers, a small sun pinned to parchment. You work on. The presence of the decorated initial changes your own hand somehow. Not the form of the letters, perhaps, but your care with them. It would feel discourteous to let the lines beneath such a heading go crooked, so you hold yourself a little steadier. The words flow with fresh order. Even the corrected patch farther up the page seems less embarrassing now, softened by the splendour below. Beauty is charitable that way. It does not erase faults, but it teaches the eye where else to rest. Around you, the room continues its slow choreography. Brother Odo sands a line and blows gently to clear the excess. Brother Aldrich changes quills with the same expression a knight might use for changing lances before a tournament, except with far greater chance of actual success. At the west desk, another brother adds rubrication in red titles, opening words, instructions that stand out from the body text like quiet bells struck within the page. The Armarius unlocks a chest, removes a board, locks it again. Keys murmur, benches creak. The candle beside you leans another degree but holds fast. Outside, clouds gather. You can tell not by seeing their shapes through the horn, which shows only a dimming, but by the way the light flattens and the room grows cooler in feeling, though not truly in temperature. Winter afternoons often do this. They begin by pretending at day and then, with no apology, remember themselves. The gold on the initial notices first. It grows warmer against the dulling light, standing out more strongly as the rest of the room softens into grey. The page seems almost aglow from within. There are stories, of course, about manuscripts so finely made that saints favoured them, or about letters gilded so richly that readers felt as though heaven itself opened through the book. Some swear certain abbeys kept volumes for feast days whose miniatures shone even in poor candlelight, and that kissing such a page could cure melancholy, toothache, or disappointing nephews. Others say this is what happens when piety and expensive pigment spend too much time together. Still, as you sit before this page, it is easy to see how such stories begin. The desk has become a meeting place of far things, sheep and calves whose skins became parchment, geese whose feathers became pens, oak trees that surrendered galls for ink, bees that built the wax burning at your elbow, miners and merchants and grinders and painters who made colour possible, and all of it gathered into the patient labour of a cold room in a stone monastery, where a traveller with cracked hands sits meanwhile in a gatehouse eating yesterday's bread. That thought quiets you. You take another small bite of the cheese saved from earlier. Its salt sharpens the mouth and clears the head. Then you write on, careful not to drop a crumb where no crumb should ever be found. The lines below the initial lengthen. The section deepens. The page nears completion. Brother Martin passes once more and pauses just long enough to inspect the dry gold. Satisfied, he polishes it lightly with a smooth tooth-like tool until the gleam strengthens. Now the letter truly shines. Not extravagantly, but with that deep reflective light which seems less like colour than like stored brightness. Better, he says. He and Brother Severin are alike in that, one word, whole verdict. The afternoon draws onward. No bell has sounded yet for the next office, but the monastery is moving toward it all the same. You feel it in the pace of the room, in the way tasks are brought towards stopping points, in the small instinct to finish a line, dry a heading, close a shell of pigment, cap the ink. Work in a place ruled by bells develops a kind of inward clock. Even without hearing the metal, the body begins to lean toward the next turning. You complete another line and pause to look once more at the initial. It sits at the head of the section with perfect composure, red and blue entwined, gold bright at its centre, dignified and precise, not flamboyant, not shy. Exactly enough. It reminds you, in its own silent way, that devotion in this place does not always appear as hunger, chant, or kneeling on cold stone. Sometimes it appears as a monk bent over a tray of pigments, laying light into a letter so carefully that a reader, generations hence, may feel for one instant that the page has opened like a little window onto something both earthly and more than earthly. You dip the quill again and continue beneath that shining mark, the manuscript now fuller, richer, and more alive than it was an hour before, while beyond the horn windows the winter day gathers itself toward rain. By the time the page begins to shine more than the room around it, the weather has made up its mind. You notice it first in the windows. The horn panes, already cloudy by nature, lose what little brightness they held and flatten into a dull pearl grey. Then comes the softest tapping overhead, not yet a true rain, more the testing fingers of it along the roof line and the cloister eaves. A moment later the sound deepens. Water finds tile, wood, lead flashing, gutters, leaves, and every other surface with a tone of its own. Soon the whole monastery seems wrapped in a hushed percussion, gentle enough for sleep, persistent enough to alter every corner of the day. No one in the scriptorium speaks. There is, however, a subtle shared awareness. Brother Odo glances toward the window and narrows his eyes as if rain had personally offended his margins. Brother Martin moves the pigment tray a little farther from the draught that creeps beneath the casement. Brother Severin crosses the room to check that the cupboard near the outer wall is well latched. Damp is the enemy of many things in a monastery stores: cloth, firewood, tempers, but for scribes it is a particular nuisance. It swells parchment, slows drying ink, curls leaves, and makes one feel that the weather itself has entered the manuscript with muddy boots. You lower your head over the page and continue. The rain settles into its work with admirable seriousness. It runs along the roof above the cloister walk and pours from one broken edge in a thin, steady spill, audible even through the wall. Somewhere in the outer yard a bucket is moved too late and fills anyway. The little noises of the monastery shift to accommodate the weather. Doors open faster, then close more firmly. Footsteps in the passage take on the dampened sound of wet soles. A draught carrying the smell of rain-soaked stone pushes briefly through the room, and with it comes the dark green scent of the herb beds in the garth, bruised awake by moisture. You pause to sand the last line. The grains hiss softly across the fresh ink. When you tip them away, your eye drifts to the illuminated initial farther up the page. The gold still holds the dim light beautifully. If anything, it appears warmer now that the day beyond has gone cold and wet. The letter glows with that stubborn richness peculiar to precious things that refuse to apologize for existing in austere places. Outside, the rain thickens. The cloister will be slick now, the herbeds darken nearly black, the bare branches in the little orchard shining with water, in the gatehouse. The travellers will be grateful not to be on the road. You picture the older man drawing his patched hood closer, the woman rubbing salve into her cracked hands, the younger one perhaps staring out through the slit toward the dripping world and thinking about miles still ahead. Roads in rain are less roads than arguments between mud and intention. Some swear that a journey undertaken in steady rain brings better luck than one begun under a bright, boastful sky, because the proud are tested early and the patient rewarded later. Others point out that this sounds exactly like something invented by wet pilgrims trying to improve morale. The room grows cooler as the afternoon darkens. Candles, which had spent the brighter hours pretending to be optional, resume their importance. Brother Aldrich leans to relight one that has surrendered to a puddle of its own wax. The new flame rises with a little leap, then steadies. Your own half-burned candle, faithful and slightly crooked, throws a soft honey-coloured pool across the lower half of the page, between that small circle of light and the muffled rain above. The scriptorium becomes narrower, gentler, more enclosed. The whole world seems to have shrunk to wax, water, and ink. This is when talk begins. Not much, never much. But weather has a way of loosening even disciplined rooms, especially when it gives men something shared and harmless to dislike. Brother Martin, cleaning the edge of a shell with the point of a cloth, says quietly, "Rain before dusk. It will sit in the paths all week." Brother Odo answers without looking up, "Unless it freezes." "That would improve the paths," says Brother Martin. "That would improve your standards," Brother Odo mutters. It is not exactly a joke, but near enough, and you see the corner of Brother Aldrich's mouth change shape by a degree. Brother Severin permits the exchange by not noticing it. You return to your copying, though the rain seems to write its own commentary above you. There is a rhythm to it now, a layering of sounds, the direct patter on the roof, the runnels spilling from gutters, the occasional heavier drip in some distant courtyard, and, underneath it all, the scratch of quills. It feels almost as though the monastery is being copied by the weather while you copy the manuscript by hand. A page farther along in the exemplar bears a note in the margin from some earlier correction, a tiny hand pointing to a missing phrase. You smile faintly at it. Even long-dead scribes, it seems, endured interruptions, weather, dim light, and the humiliating discovery that one's careful mind has skipped a line. The companionship of the imperfect stretches across centuries better than most formal introductions. Yet damp weather makes the work trickier. The ink dries more slowly, which means your hand must hover longer before moving down. Parchment, too, reacts. The lower edge of your leaf feels a little softer beneath the fingers. Not wet, but less crisp than before. You set a small weight at one corner to keep it flat. Brother Odo does the same with his page, though his weight is a worn pebble smooth enough to have lived several useful lives already. A monastery accumulates these small practical objects the way hedges collect birds quietly and without full explanation. From the corridor comes the faint smell of wet wool. Someone has come in from outside. There's a brief murmur at the door, then the novice from earlier slips inside carrying a folded cloth bundle. Rain beads on his shoulders and darkens his sleeves to almost black. He crosses to Brother Martin and unwraps the bundle to reveal herbs from the cloister beds, hastily cut before the downpour worsened rosemary, sage, and something else sharper, perhaps rue. Their scent rises at once, fresh and almost fierce in the warmed stillness of the room. Brother Anselm asked for these before they spoil, the novice says. Brother Martin nods, takes the herbs, and gives the boy a cloth to wipe his hands. The novice obeys and leaves little damp marks on the floor as he goes. For a while the room smells of rain and herbs together. It is an oddly cheerful scent. Clean, medicinal, green. It cuts through wax and ink and makes you think, not unpleasantly, of the infirmary shelves, of honey counted on the wax tablet, of rosemary water for stiff fingers. Medieval remedies often sit halfway between kitchen, garden, and prayer. A herb may be brewed because it truly helps, because someone's grandmother swore by it, because a saint was associated with it, or because when one has very few options, one becomes generously open-minded. Some say rue hung above a doorway keeps fever from crossing the threshold. Others say it mainly keeps sensible people from wanting to smell the doorway for too long. No one can quite agree, though the bunches still appear in plenty of places. The rain intensifies again, briefly loud enough to blur the smaller sounds. You lift your head and listen. It drums on the roof, races down the cloister slope and splashes in the outer yard. Somewhere beyond, perhaps near the gatehouse, a horse shifts and stamps in protest. That startles you slightly, so there is a horse now, or there was already one tied under cover. Perhaps a messenger has arrived. Perhaps a local reeve has come with some damp grievance that cannot wait for dry weather. The thought is mildly exhausting, and not even your grievance. Brother Severin hears it too. He tilts his head, waits, then decides, wisely, that whatever the outer yard contains has not yet become his problem. The work goes on. You reach the end of the leaf at last. The final lines fill the lower portion in a hand that, while not glorious, is honest and even. You sand the page carefully, tip away the grains, and inspect the whole. The corrected patch above remains visible only if sought. The spacing holds. The illuminated initial still gleams. The margins are clean enough to satisfy even Brother Severin's cautious soul. You feel a small inward easing. A finished leaf is not triumph exactly, more like relief given a shape. The labour has passed from possibility into fact. No longer can this page be ruined by a lapse in concentration, unless someone spills an inkpot on it, in which case the abbey may as well prepare another infirmary bed for the culprit. You lift it gently and set it aside to dry fully. In its place comes the next sheet, pale, blank, and somehow faintly insulting in its innocence. So much untouched space, so little regard for what your neck has already endured. Still, you rule the necessary guides, square the exemplar, and begin again. This is the truth beneath all manuscript work. Completion is always followed by another beginning. A finished leaf does not mean rest. It means the next one has no excuses. Brother Martin, having delivered the herbs onward, returns and rubs his wrists one at a time. Rosemary and vinegar in warm water, he says softly, perhaps to himself, perhaps to the room, good against damp. Brother Odo sniffs, against damp, perhaps, against the smell. No, your gratitude is a model to us all. Again, not quite a joke, but enough. You smile down at the page where no one can accuse you of levity. The rain continues, though less fiercely now, settling into a steady curtain beyond the windows. This softer stage of a storm is almost companionable. It wraps the monastery off from roads and fields and markets. The world outside goes indistinct. Even the outer yard feels farther away. You could believe, in such weather, that there is nothing beyond these walls but water, grey air, and a few patient saints keeping watch over wet rooftops. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether monasteries are refugees from the world or concentrated versions of it. On a rainy afternoon like this, with travellers in the gatehouse, herbs carried to the infirmary, candles relit in the gloom, and brothers bent over accounts, bread, salves, and books. The difference feels hard to measure. A little later the bell rings. The sound enters through rain as if from a great distance, softer than on clear mornings, yet no less authoritative. It passes over roof and cloister and corridor, through the dampened air, and reaches the scriptorium with that familiar message, "Stop here. Not sooner, not later. Here." You complete the line under your hand. No one in the room rushes, but all obey. Pens rise, sand falls, pages are set aside, weighted, covered, or moved from harm. Brother Severin crosses to close the pigment chest. Brother Martin caps the shells with little rounds of parchment. Brother Aldrich arranges his leaves as neatly as a priest folding altar linen. You do the same, laying the new page safe and straight. When you stand, the stiffness in your back speaks again, though more mildly than before. The rain has entered the stone by now, and the corridor beyond will smell strongly of wet walls and cloister earth. Yet there is comfort in leaving the desk at the bell's call, in knowing the room will wait, the pages will wait, even the crooked candle will likely wait, bent but loyal. As you move toward the door with the others, the rain mutters overhead and down the cloister eaves like an old monk reciting complaints from memory. The scriptorium behind you is left dim, fragrant with wax, herbs, and drying ink, the illuminated letter shining faintly on the finished leaf as though keeping its own vigil in the weather-dark afternoon. The bell draws you out of the scriptorium and into a corridor that feels cooler than before, though perhaps it is only that the rain has taught the stone to remember winter more vividly. Moisture darkens the lower edges of the walls. The air holds that unmistakable scent of wet masonry, rushes beginning to dampen underfoot, and wool that has met weather and lost the argument. You move with the other brothers through the cloister walk, where the rain still threads from the eaves in silver lines, and the garth at the centre looks darker now, its herbs bowed and glossy, its paths slick with a thin skin of water. You do not turn toward the church this time, nor back to the refectory. Instead, by some small redirection of duty as natural in a monastery as wind around corners, you are sent toward the infirmary. Brother Severin catches your sleeve lightly before you leave the cloister. "Take the scrapings," he says, handing you a little wrapped packet of used parchment dust and a rag darkened with old ink. Brother Anselm asks for clean cloth in return. There is no explanation, but there rarely is. Monastic errands travel on trust, repetition, and the shared assumption that someone somewhere knows why this exchange matters. You bow your head, take the packet, and continue. The way to the infirmary is warmer in the mind than in the body. You remember the brazier, the shelves of herbs, the wrapped ankle, the steam from some bitter cup. Yet when you pass through the hanging at the doorway, the first thing that reaches you is not warmth, but smell rosemary. Yes, and lavender too, but also vinegar, wool, beeswax, damp linen hung too near a fire, and the sharp metallic note that clings to blood when it has been cleaned but not entirely forgotten. Not enough to disturb the peace, only enough to remind you that this is the part of the monastery where flesh insists upon being taken seriously. Brother Anselm stands at a table sorting dried herbs into little cloth bundles. He looks up as you enter. His sleeves are rolled back. A faint dusting of green clings to one cuff, and the table before him is a miniature landscape of treatment and hope comfrey root, sage leaves, a little jar of honey, strips of linen, a mortar, pestle, and 2 leech jars standing nearby with the dreadful patience peculiar to their profession. "You have the scrapings," he asks. You hold out the packet. He takes it and nods, as though this confirms some quiet theory of the universe. It turns out parchment scrapings are useful here, or thought to be. Some are burned, some mixed into poultices, some saved for practical uses so humble that no one ever thinks to write them down. Medieval life is full of such transformations. One room trims away a mistake from a page, another room finds a use for the dust. Nothing is wasted if someone can invent a reason not to waste it. Brother Anselm hands you the folded clean cloth in return, along with a smaller task. Take this salve to Brother Hugo, he says, nodding toward the bench by the far wall, and help him sit up. Brother Hugo is the monk with the wrapped ankle you noticed earlier. Up close he looks less ill than inconvenienced, which in a monastery may be more dangerous to patients. His habit is gathered neatly out of the way, and the bandage at the ankle smells strongly of comfrey, warm fat, and something bitter that may be rue or may simply be disappointment. He gives you a look that says he dislikes needing assistance but will endure the shame if it improves his chances of standing by tomorrow. You set down the cloth, take the little earthen pot of salve from Brother Anselm, and help Brother Hugo shift upright. He is lighter than you expect, though not frail. Pain makes people cautious in their movements, and he rises with the grim precision of a man trying not to curse in a holy place. "Turned it on the stair," he mutters. That seems both mundane and entirely believable. Medieval injuries are often much less romantic than later paintings suggest. One expects heroic wounds from boars, bandits, or collapsing battlements, and instead meets twisted ankles, splinters, coughs, kitchen burns, bad teeth, and backs ruined by lifting things for the glory of God. Brother Anselm removes the old cloth and unwraps the ankle. The skin is swollen and blotched purple at one side, but not horribly so. Brother Hugo watches with narrowed eyes, as though the ankle belongs to someone else and is behaving badly on purpose. Brother Anselm applies the salve with steady fingers, then binds the joint again in clean linen. 2 days with little walking, he says. Brother Hugo makes the sort of noise that men make when told to rest by someone with authority and entirely too much accuracy. 3, says Brother Anselm, correcting the complaint before it forms. You keep your face still. A novice at the shelf beside the window is crushing dried willow bark in the mortar. Another folds cloth into neat squares. The infirmary is rarely dramatic. It is too busy for that. Here discomfort is met with method. Cups are washed, bandages cut, herbs sorted by scent and purpose, fevers watched, broths thinned, beds aired. In its own way, it is as ordered as the scriptorium, only more forgiving of groans. On the next bench lies a lay brother asleep under a wool blanket, cheeks pink with heat. A bowl of steeped thyme and honey sits near his hand. At the far end of the room, a woman from the outer servants' quarters rests with a cloth over one eye, while Brother Anselm prepares something in the mortar that smells of fennel and vinegar. There are aches here from every part of monastic life labour: weather, age, smoke, hunger, carelessness, and the simple offence of being made from flesh rather than oak. Some swear that carrying a little charm sewn with a saint's name near the breast wards off fever better than any herb. Others trust onions hung by the bed, or garlic in a pouch, or leeches applied where they seem likely to cause the most conversation. Even now, it is hard to tell where medicine ends and hope begins, but the infirmary sees no reason to choose only one. Brother Anselm, having settled Brother Hugo, moves to the shelf and takes down a small pot. Rosemary salve for the hands, he says, not looking at you. The scribes will start cracking at the knuckles if this wet continues. This at least feels personal. You know the signs already, the skin along the fingers roughening, the thumb beginning to split slightly where the quill rests, the sting of cold water or strong ink in tiny breaks you did not notice until too late. A scribe's hands are both tool and casualty. They stain, stiffen, and chap with admirable dedication. Brother Anselm scoops a little of the salve onto your fingers before you can object. It is warm from being kept near the brazier and smells sharply of rosemary, with a softer backing of goose fat or lard. You rub it into the skin, and at once the rawness eases. It leaves your hands faintly glossy for a moment, which is not ideal for gripping parchment, but excellent for remembering that civilization, however fragile, still exists. Not on the page, Brother Anselm says. As you command, you reply. His mouth shifts almost into a smile, almost. For a few moments you remain in the infirmary simply because there are more things to carry and fold. Brother Anselm hands you a stack of linen cloths to lay by the warming shelf. The novice with the mortar sneezes and is handed a rag before anyone accuses the herbs of vengeance. Brother Hugo settles back with the weary expression of someone preparing for an unwanted acquaintance with idleness. The lay brother under the blanket mutters in sleep. Rain still taps at the window shutter, softer now. But the room itself feels enclosed in a warmer, steadier world of fire, breath, fabric, and remedies. You notice on one shelf a little collection of objects too personal and too common to seem remarkable, until gathered together a wooden spoon, a cracked pilgrim badge, a rosary of simple knotted cord, a strip of fur, a leather pouch with 3 dried berries inside, a small iron key. These are the things left beside beds or brought in with the unwell. Not treasures exactly, but pieces of ordinary life clung to when comfort narrows. Brother Anselm catches your eye on them. People heal better when their own things are near, he says. That sounds true enough to require no proof. From outside the room comes the muted sound of a bell, not the great one, but a smaller handbell perhaps, calling some servant or marking the preparation of the next meal. In a monastery, even recovery must fit around timetables. You take the folded clean cloth Brother Anselm owes to Brother Severin and prepare to leave, but he stops you once more with a bundle of dried herbs. For the kitchen, he says, thyme, sage, and a little mint. Tell them not to boil the mint to death. It is a reasonable request, and therefore probably doomed. Back into the corridor you go, carrying the cloth under one arm and the herbs in the other hand. The cloister smells sweeter now, washed clean by rain. The herb beds glisten. Small puddles have formed along the edges of the walk where the stone dips ever so slightly from age. Drops fall from the eaves in patient intervals. The world outside the walls is hidden almost entirely by the weather, and for a moment the monastery feels like a ship at sea, all its life gathered inward around fire, bread, prayer, and these little exchanges of labour. You pass the gatehouse on your way toward the kitchen side and hear voices within. The travellers are still there. Their tones are lower now, settled, perhaps warmed by bread and the mercy of dry walls. One voice, likely the woman, speaks of a shrine 2 days north, where a saint's finger bone is displayed in silver. Another replies that no one can quite agree whether it is truly the saint's finger, or the finger of some less celebrated but equally dead person. The porter grunts, which may be scepticism or agreement. Relics live in this uncertain territory often. Some glitter with unquestioned authority, others inspire reverence, doubt, and excellent donations in roughly equal measure. You do not stop, but the sound follows you a little way down the corridor. The kitchen welcomes the herbs with the distracted gratitude of a place that is always half a breath away from the next task. Steam clouds the air. Damp cloaks hang nearer the fire than prudence would advise. Someone is peeling roots. Someone else is stirring a pot large enough to baptize a child in if doctrine allowed. You deliver Brother Anselm's instructions about the mint. And the cook, A broad woman with forearms like arguments gives a snort that suggests herbs are welcome to express preferences after supper has been saved from burning. Then you return toward the scriptorium. On the way you slow briefly in the cloister and look out across the garth. Rain beads on the rosemary and runs along the edges of sage leaves. The earth is nearly black now. A single bird hops under the shelter of the colonnade, offended but practical. Somewhere above, water still drips from a cracked gutter with all the persistence of a monk reciting complaints over a poor meal. You flex your fingers. The salve has done its work. The skin feels softer, the stiffness less insistent. That alone seems a luxury. When you step into the scriptorium again, the room is dimmer than when you left. Afternoon has begun its slow surrender. Candles burn more clearly now, and the golden initial on your finished leaf catches their light with almost evening warmth. Brother Odo has a cloth wrapped loosely around one hand while he writes with the other, perhaps his own concession to the weather. Brother Martin smells faintly of rosemary, where the salve must have reached him too. Brother Severin accepts the clean cloth from you with a nod and no surprise, as though all infirmary journeys have always naturally ended in his hands. You sit once more at your desk. The page waiting there is still pale in its lower half, the next lines unwritten, the margin clean. Your half-burned candle, brave and slightly bent, has formed a deeper pool of wax. The quill rests exactly where you left it. For a heartbeat you consider the strange kinship between the scriptorium and the infirmary, both rooms given to care, patience, correction, and the hope that what is tended may endure a little longer. Then you pick up the pen. The rosemary scent on your fingers rises faintly as you dip the nib into ink, and the line begins again, while rain lingers outside and the monastery continues its quiet work of mending bodies, pages, and the ordinary wear of the day. The rosemary salve lingers on your fingers long after you return to the desk, faint beneath the stronger scents of ink and warm wax, and for a little while it feels as though the infirmary has sent a quiet blessing back with you. The skin at your knuckles no longer threatens mutiny. Your wrist bends more willingly. Even the damp chill in the room seems less eager to settle into the joints. This is the kind of luxury a monastery permits, not abundance, not indulgence. Only the temporary easing of one small discomfort so that you may return more efficiently to the next. You sit, bend over the page, and write. The room has changed while you are gone. What had been afternoon is now unmistakably turning toward evening, though the horn windows do their best to conceal the exact degree of surrender. Outside, the rain has thinned to a fine drifting wet, more mist than proper downfall, but the light it leaves behind is poor and early dim. The sky beyond the cloister must be the colour of old pewter or unpolished bone. Indoors, the candles have reclaimed their authority. Their little circles of honey-coloured light gather over desks, over scraped parchment, over Brother Martin's covered pigments, over Brother Aldrich's patient hand and Brother Odo's suspicious expression. Every flame makes a small island. Between them, the scriptorium softens into shadow. The ink before you dries more slowly than it did this morning. Damp has settled into everything. The parchment feels slightly more yielding under the hand, not limp, only less crisp. The line you lay down needs a moment longer before your sleeve can safely pass near it. You sand with care, tip the grains away, then continue. The letters themselves seem to grow darker in this hour, perhaps because the page around them has become more candlelit than daylit. Perhaps because evening naturally makes all marks look more deliberate. Scratch, pause, breathe, scratch again. The day's work sits in your shoulders now like a familiar weight, not unbearable, only undeniable. The muscles between neck and spine feel knotted with use. Your lower back has become resigned in the way of an old servant who knows no complaint will alter the chores before supper. Yet there is also that curious steadiness which comes after many hours spent in one obedient labour. The body has passed beyond fresh discomfort into something more settled, almost drowsy in its endurance. Across from you, Brother Aldrich lifts one hand briefly from the desk and presses the heel of it against his chest, stretching the shoulder without drawing attention to himself. Brother Odo rubs his eyes with thumb and forefinger, then immediately looks irritated to have needed such a human gesture. Brother Martin closes one shell of pigment, opens another, then seems to think better of it and closes that one as well. Colour has had its hour. Now the room belongs mostly to script and failing light. You finish a line and lift your head. The bell has not yet rung for vespers, but the monastery is already leaning toward it. This is one of the stranger things about living inside bells. Before they sound, the body begins to anticipate them. Work narrows towards stopping points. Movements grow fractionally more deliberate. Even the silence changes. It acquires expectation, the way a fire changes just before a log settles or a horse pricks its ears before a gate opens. No one speaks of this. No one needs to. It is simply the day's shape moving through you. From the cloister comes the soft drip of water from the eaves. Somewhere a door closes with the gentlest thud. Then footsteps pass in the corridor. Two brothers, perhaps, heading toward the church to light more candles before the office. You picture them carrying tapers cupped in careful hands, their hoods smelling faintly of wet wool where they crossed from one building to another. Evening in a monastery is prepared the way a manuscript is prepared, by many small acts done before anyone calls attention to the whole. Your page nears another stopping point. You had hoped to complete the leaf before the bell, and now it seems possible if you do not hurry and do not err, two conditions that medieval life rarely supports at the same time. Still, you keep your eye steady on the exemplar and move line by line toward the bottom margin. The illuminated initial farther up the page catches your attention once more, gold glowing warmly in the candlelight. It seems less like decoration now than like a small stored sun resisting the grey outside. There are stories, whispered in some scriptoria and likely improved in the telling, that certain pages look better by evening than by day, as though candlelight reveals intentions daylight merely inspects. Some swear gold laid for feast books shines most beautifully when offices are sung in winter dark. Others say this is simply because after a long day of cold labour, everyone becomes sentimental about anything brighter than turnips. You're not sure which explanation to trust. The page does look lovely, though. Brother Severin crosses behind the desks with his usual economy of movement. He pauses once at the west desk, adjusts the placement of a drying leaf by half an inch, then continues. The keys at his belt make their small, discreet music. At your desk he glances down, sees how near you are to the end of the page, and moves on without comment. In that glance is permission to continue right up to the bell if you can. You can. The room grows quieter still. Even the scratching seems more measured, as if each scribe is trying to bring his labour to a decent pause before worship calls him away. There is dignity in this. The line is finished properly, not abandoned. A word is completed. A capital is not left half-born. Stopping well is a kind of craft of its own. Outside, the rain weakens further until only the occasional drop ticks against the horn. The storm has washed the day nearly clean. What remains is grey, cold, and evening-bound. At last the bell rings. It reaches the scriptorium with a fullness that seems larger after the muffled weather of the afternoon. Not loud exactly, but round resonant, inescapable. It moves through the stone and through your spine, and all at once the room obeys. Brother Odo finishes the word under his pen. Brother Aldrich tips sand over his line. Brother Martin caps the ink. Brother Severin closes the pigment chest and draws the lid down with a careful finality. You bring your own line to its end and set the quill aside. One last sanding, one last breath over the page, not enough to smear, only enough to hurry the faint grains away. You inspect the leaf in the candlelight. It is done for now. The bottom margin remains clean. The text sits evenly. The earlier corrected patch has become simply part of the page's life. Good enough to leave, which in this room is high praise. You lay a board lightly over the finished portion, not touching the fresh lines too closely, and rise. Every joint reminds you that the day has been long. When you straighten fully, the world seems briefly taller and less stable. You roll your shoulders once discreetly, and feel the tightness there crackle like twigs in frost. Your fingers, despite the salve, retain the memory of the pen. They curve inward slightly before opening. The ink on the side of your thumb has darkened. So has the tiny half-moon beneath one nail. Language leaves stains, you think. Some are better regarded than others. The brothers file from the room in silence. You join them, passing from the warm scent of wax and parchment into the cooler breath of the corridor. The cloister beyond lies dim, the wet stones reflecting the last of the sky in a dull sheen. Water still clings to the herb beds in the garth, and the little rosemary bushes seem darker now, almost black-green in the fading light. The arches along the walk are already deepening into shadow. Somewhere in the outer yard a chain knocks once against wood. Farther off, perhaps near the gatehouse, a traveller coughs. You cross with the others toward the church. Evening gathers differently in sacred spaces. In the cloister it is damp stone, dripping eaves, and the smell of wet earth. In the church it becomes candle smoke, old timber, chilled air held high beneath arches, and that peculiar hush which belongs not to emptiness, but to waiting, when you enter. Several candles are already burning near the choir and altar, their flames smaller in the great dimness than they seemed in the scriptorium, yet steadier somehow. They cast light on polished wood, on carved stone, on the edges of the stalls where countless hands have rested through countless offices. You take your place. The church is colder than the infirmary and grander than the refectory, but it shares something with both. Like the infirmary, it is a place where human frailty is admitted. Like the refectory, it gathers the house into one body at set hours. Here, though, the labour is made of breath. The first notes of Vespers rise. They are not dramatic, no sudden sweep of music, no performance meant to impress. Monastic chant is steadier, narrower, and for that very reason deeply enveloping. The line of melody moves forward as the day has moved forward without haste, without ornament beyond what is needed, and with enough repetition to quiet the sharper edges of thought. You join in because the house joins in, because your voice belongs to the office whether it is beautiful or not, and because by this hour you could almost chant in your sleep if required. Perhaps some do. These psalms follow one another in familiar cadences. Latin fills the air the way incense fills cloth gradually, until everything seems lightly touched by it. Your body settles into the known sequence stand. Bow, sing, listen, sit, rise again. The cold in the church enters your sleeves and brushes your face, yet the chanting creates its own warmth of another sort. Not bodily heat, exactly. More a soft binding together of breath and attention. Candle smoke drifts upward in faint blue threads. You smell beeswax, old stone, wool dampened earlier in the rain, and the ghost of incense lingering from previous offices. Near you, Brother Aldrich sings in the same steady tone with which he writes. Brother Martin's voice is a little rougher, as if herbs and pigments have coated it. Brother Odo sings with surprising precision, suggesting that whatever softness he lacks in manner he makes up for in pitch. Brother Severin's voice is present but never pushes itself forward. Even here he seems to prefer order to distinction. You find that the repetition comforts you more this evening than it did at dawn. At dawn the offices feel like commands rise, come, begin. But in evening the same repeated forms become a kind of gathering in. The hours are taken back into order. What you have done, whether well or poorly, is folded into something larger and steadier than the sum of your own efforts. The page you copied, the herbs carried to the infirmary, the travellers eating in the gatehouse, the rain on the cloister roofs, the kitchen steam, the candles trimmed. The bell heard again and again, they all seem in the chanting to belong to one fabric. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether repetition dulls devotion or deepens it. Standing here with your voice moving through familiar psalms while candlelight trembles along the choir stalls, you suspect repetition does something quieter than either. It gives devotion a path to walk when the heart is too tired to invent one for itself. A reading is given, you listen, though not with the sharp attention you might offer at midday. Evening listening is different. The words enter more slowly, as if passing through tired limbs before reaching the mind. Yet that slowness is not a failure. It softens things. The reading settles into you not as argument but as atmosphere, as part of the hour's enclosure. Outside, beyond thick walls and narrow windows, the world is entering its own evening. Roads darken, market stalls close if they were open at all in such weather. Fires are banked, manor halls draw in their servants, carts find rutted shelter. Somewhere along the wet road, a pilgrim not fortunate enough to reach this gatehouse will be searching for an inn or a barn, and discovering the usual medieval truth that rural hospitality is highly praised by those not currently depending on it. The thought makes the church feel kinder. The office continues. At one point, as voices rise together and then descend, you feel that strange comfort the outline of this day has been preparing all along. Not joy exactly, and not peace in the grand shining sense of saints in painted glass, but something more human, and therefore perhaps more reliable. The comfort of being one among many, of doing what is done at this hour because it has been done before and will be done after, whether or not your hand is especially steady, your back especially sore, your thoughts especially noble. Shared repetition is merciful that way. It does not require brilliance, only presence. The final responses are sung. There is a pause afterward, small and whole, not silence in the empty sense, but silence briefly full of everything just said. Then comes the rustle of habits, the slight creak of wood as the monks shift, the bowing of heads. A candle near the side altar gutters once and recovers. When at last you leave the stall and turn back toward the cloister, evening has deepened fully. The wet stones outside the church catch the candle glow from within and give it back faintly. The air smells clean and cold. The rain has nearly ceased, leaving only scattered drops falling from roof edges and the soft sound of water somewhere running toward a drain. Across the courtyard windows burn here and there kitchen, warming room, perhaps the gatehouse too. Each is a little promise of continued life within the damp dark. You walk with the others towards supper and hearthlight, carrying in your throat the last taste of chant and in your mind the dim shining of candles against stone. Behind you, the church keeps its smoke, its psalms, and its ancient patient dark. Before you, The monastery gathers itself for the next hour, and you go with it, comforted in that quiet way only repetition, weariness, and shared voices can manage. When you leave the church, the chant does not stop so much as loosen its grip on the air and follow you outward in memory. For a few steps it seems still to cling to the cloister stones, caught in the damp arches and the glossy dark of the paving. Then the practical world resumes its claims. A brother coughs into his sleeve. Someone ahead lifts his hem slightly to avoid a shallow puddle near the turn. Water ticks from the eaves with slow persistence. The monastery, having sung together, now turns with equal solemnity towards supper. The evening has settled fully. The last of the sky beyond the cloister is a deep, exhausted grey, barely distinguishable from the roofs except where one or two windows show the faintest lantern glow. The herb beds in the garth are black shapes now, their leaves still wet from the rain. Rosemary and sage hold the moisture in a scent that rises cleaner in the cold than it ever does by day. The air bites your face, but less sharply than dawn did. Perhaps the body's warmed by the office. Perhaps it has simply accepted that winter intends to stay and sees no point in arguing any further. You cross toward the refectory with the others, your sandals whispering over the wet stone. The hall is already warmer than the cloister, though not by much. A fire has been coaxed in the hearth, and the smell of smoke lies high in the rafters, mingled with onions, broth, damp wool, and the ancient fragrance of wood repeatedly wiped, leaned on, and fed crumbs for generations. Candles burn along the walls and near the reader's place, their light making the long tables appear softer than they truly are. Benches wait in their patient rows. Bowls have been set out. There is a quiet gravity to all of it, as though the room knows hunger returns every evening with monk-like reliability and means to meet it in proper order. You take your place where you did this morning. The same bench receives you with the same indifference, though this time your body's too tired to take offence, across from you. Brother Aldrich folds himself down with his usual economy of movement. Brother Odo sits more cautiously than before, perhaps feeling the weather in his joints or merely the length of the day in his spine. Brother Martin, still carrying the faint scent of rosemary and pigment, tucks his hands deep into his sleeves for a moment before drawing them out again when the meal begins. Brother Severin sits farther toward the front, where light falls more evenly and the cellarer may, if needed, reach him with questions too practical to wait until morning. A prayer is said. Heads bow, the room stills, for a heartbeat the fire seems the only thing moving. Then supper begins. Tonight there is thicker pottage than at morning, thanks perhaps to the rain, or the hour, or the cook's sense that men bent over desks and psalms all day can reasonably be trusted with a little more substance. Barley has gone into it, and bits of leek, and perhaps a handful of peas that have softened nearly into the broth. A little cabbage too, and the faint savoury taste that suggests yesterday's pot was not entirely forgotten, but respectfully folded into today's. Medieval kitchens have a deep faith in continuation. The bowl is set before you steaming. Heat rises to your face and fogs your thoughts in the nicest way. Beside it comes bread, again coarse and dark, though now softened by nearness to the hearth. A little cheese follows further down the table, passed by hand. Not much, just enough to remind you that the world is not entirely made of boiled vegetables and restraint. At the front the evening reader begins. His voice is lower than the morning reader's, slower too, with the slight weariness that comes after a full day of duties. He reads from a life of a saint this time, something full of deserts, temptations, visions, fasting, and the sort of holy endurance that makes the average monk look down at his pottage with renewed gratitude. The story floats over the hall, dignified and unhurried, while spoons rise and fall beneath it. You tear a piece of bread and dip it into the bowl. The pottage is better than the morning's, richer from longer simmering. It coats the spoon. The barley gives it body. There is even, unless your hopeful imagination misleads you, a trace of herb at the back of it time, perhaps, or mint added before the kitchen had time to boil it into complete submission. Brother Anselm's message may have done some small good after all. You eat slowly, not only from custom, but because tiredness makes haste seem unnecessary. Around you the brothers do the same. The refectory fills with small sounds, spoons against bowls, bread crusts yielding, an occasional throat cleared politely into cloth, the low drone of the reader continuing over all like a second fire. At the far end of the room, a lay servant slips in with a covered dish and sets it before the cellarer. Smoked fish, perhaps, or something reserved for older brothers, the infirmary, or guests. There is no resentment in you at not receiving it. Not much, at least. Supper in a monastery teaches a man to appreciate whatever arrives in front of him, and to avoid building emotional futures around herring. Some swear smoked fish tastes better on wet nights because the weather puts everyone in a forgiving mood. Others say it tastes exactly the same, only one is too tired to complain properly. Near the hearth, damp cloaks have been hung on pegs to steam themselves toward usefulness. Their smell joins the room, wet wool, smoke, and road. One of them is not monastic. You can tell by the cut and the coarser patchwork near the hem, a traveller's cloak. Then, borrowed perhaps by the kitchen, or brought in from the gatehouse to dry a little before night hardens the damp into something crueler. The sight of it recalls the voices you heard earlier, and the woman's lead shell badge glinting faintly in the brazier light. The road feels very far away now, yet it sends its rumours inward all the same. Midway through the meal, while the reader pauses briefly to wet his throat, there is a soft exchange at the doorway between the porter and the cellarer. No one interrupts the hall's order, but words still travel. A village cart has sunk axle deep near the lower ford. The bridge north remains passable but slick. A merchant from the town says the market tomorrow may be poor if rain continues. 2 more travellers were seen on the southern road before dusk, but did not turn toward the abbey. Such news enters a monastery the way smoke enters cloth, not loudly, but thoroughly. When the reading resumes, Brother Martin leans the slightest bit toward you and murmurs, almost without moving his lips, "If they chose the road over our guest house in this weather, they either know a better inn or have lost their reason." "Perhaps both," you murmur back. It is a tiny breach in supper silence, and therefore all the sweeter for being brief. Brother Odo hears it anyway and gives a look suggesting that if conversation spreads, civilization may collapse. Then he tears another piece of bread with suspicious vigour and continues eating. You lower your eyes to your bowl, faintly amused. The saint's life proceeds. There are caves, visions, temptations by demons, and a good deal of noble suffering. No one can quite agree whether these readings are meant to inspire humility, gratitude, or quiet relief that one's own trials are currently limited to damp corridors and stubborn parchment. Still, the words have their place. They set the meal within something larger than appetite, just as the bells set the hours within something larger than weather. At the centre of the table rests a trencher holding onion halves and a small dish of coarse salt. Now and then one of the brothers takes a little, rubbing the onion against bread, or dipping a bite into the salt before eating. Such small, sharp flavours become precious when most meals lean toward gentleness. Brother Aldrich, who generally behaves as though taste is a rumour, allows himself a pinch of salt. Brother Martin takes onion and closes his eyes for half a second as if appreciating a fine philosophical argument. You do the same and feel the bite of it clear your head. The fire cracks softly. Light moves along the rafters. The hall grows warmer by imperceptible degrees as bodies, bowls, and hearth all contribute their modest share. Your hands relax around the spoon. The ache in your shoulders, so insistent an hour ago, has dulled into something easier to ignore. Fatigue remains, but it is a more fed and civilized fatigue now. Halfway through the meal, one of the kitchen women appears with a basket of small apples from the winter store. They are wrinkled, patched here and there with rough skin, and far from pretty, but they still smell faintly of autumn beneath the cellar-cool scent that stored fruit acquires. One is set before you. You look at it with gratitude entirely out of proportion to its beauty. Winter narrows desires very efficiently. Brother Martin glances at his own apple and says under his breath, "Proof that God remembers us." Brother Odo, without missing a beat, says, "Or forgot them in the cellar." Even Brother Aldrich's mouth twitches at that. There it is, the evening loosening. Not into laughter, exactly. Monasteries rarely burst into anything but into those little human eddies that form after prayer, weather, and a long day's work. Voices remain low, comments brief, but the edges of everyone's silence soften around the fire. At the front, the reader reaches the saint's death, which has been foreshadowed with such dedication that it cannot come as a shock to anyone, and closes the book. A final prayer follows. Heads bow once more. Then bowls are scraped clean, cups lifted, bread finished. The remains of the meal are gathered by servants and younger brothers moving quietly between the benches. When you bite into the apple, it is firmer than expected and sharply sweet. The flesh near the skin has gone slightly mealy from storage, but the centre still holds. Juice, cold and clean, reaches your tongue. For a moment it feels almost lavish. There are men outside these walls tonight chewing stale crust in roadside ditches, or not chewing at all. Here you sit under a roof with broth in your belly and fruit in your hand. The saint in the reading may have chosen heroic deprivation, but you suspect most ordinary souls, when presented with a winter apple and a warm bench, would praise God in much humbler terms. The meal winds down. The cellarer speaks briefly with Brother Severin near the door-stores, likely, or cloth for the infirmary, or the possible need to prepare more bedding in the guest-house if travellers continue arriving with the weather. Brother Luke the porter appears for a moment and accepts a small wrapped loaf heel. Perhaps for the gatehouse bench. The road must still be in his mind. It is part of his office to stand where monastery and world rub against one another. You watch him go and think again of the travellers. Are they settled for the night? Will the woman with cracked hands sleep easily by the brazier? Will the older man dream of roads or relics or simply dry socks? Will the younger one remain half alert, listening to every shift of wood in a house not his own hospitality as a shelter, but it does not always bring immediate rest? Sometimes the body must be coaxed into believing it is safe. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether monasteries feel welcoming to travellers or intimidating. Perhaps the answer depends on how wet one is on arrival. When at last the prayer after supper is said and the benches begin to shift back, the whole hall seems to exhale. Men rise more slowly in the evening. No one hurries from a warm room into dark, damp passages unless duty compels it. You stand, feeling the contented heaviness of food settle through tired limbs, and gather your sleeves close. Outside the refectory the corridor is cooler, but the shock of it is gentler now that the body is fed. The candles along the wall throw small wavering lights onto the stone. Somewhere farther down, Toward the warming room comes the low hum of fire and perhaps the briefest murmur of voices. The monastery is entering that hour when labour loosens but does not entirely cease. Brother Martin falls into step beside you for several paces. "Did Brother Anselm salve your hands too?" he asks softly. "Yes. He believes rosemary cures almost everything." "And you?" "I believe rosemary makes people feel helped, which is often nearly the same thing." You glance at him. He continues, "Though for headaches I still prefer willow bark and silence." Then Brother Odo must be medicinal by nature. Brother Martin nearly smiles, in concentrated doses, perhaps. There is your third small joke of the section, quiet enough not to disturb the saints. At the turn toward the cloister, Brother Martin veers off toward the infirmary with a folded cloth under his arm. Brother Aldrich disappears toward the church side, perhaps to check a candle or retrieve a forgotten item. Brother Odo heads toward the scriptorium again, because of course he does. Some men find rest by moving closer to their tools. You follow in the same direction. The cloister is darker now, the garth almost lost except where reflections tremble in standing water. Above, no stars show through the cloud, only a deep blankness over the roofline. The air smells of wet earth, extinguished rain, and the clean, bitter green fragrance of the herbs. Somewhere in the outer yard a horse shifts again, and a far gate chain clicks once. The monastery feels wrapped inward, every little flame and fire more noticeable against the damp dark. You draw your cloak closer and step back through the familiar doorway of the scriptorium. Inside, the room is changed once more. Night has nearly taken it. Candles now govern everything. Their light pools over desks and leaves the corners deep in shadow. The finished page with its gold initial glows like a banked ember. Ink pots shine darkly. Quills lie ready. The half-burned candle beside your desk has slumped further, yet remains stubbornly alive. Brother Odo is already seated again. Naturally. Brother Severin stands by the cupboard, selecting what will be needed for the last stretch of labour before bed. The meal is over. The fire's warmth lingers only in memory and belly. Outside, the world is dark, wet, and mostly none of your business. You sit once more at the bench, feeling the softness of weariness settle over you, and the peculiar calm of returning to the page after prayer and supper. Somewhere beyond the walls, rumours and roads continue in mud and darkness. Here, in this candlelit room, all that matters for the next little while is the waiting line, the steady hand, and the quiet hum of evening work while low voices and doubtful relic tales begin to drift near the hearth. When you return to the scriptorium after supper, the room feels less like a place of labour and more like a place that has survived labour and agreed, somewhat reluctantly, to continue. Night has nearly taken the monastery whole. Whatever poor remains of daylight existed beyond the horn windows have faded into a uniform dark that shows no lane, no wall, no herb bed, only the occasional watery sheen when candlelight strikes the damp surface from within. The rain has mostly passed, though now and then a drop still falls from some roof edge outside with the patient timing of a monk correcting your breathing. Candles rule completely now. Their light is not broad. It does not flatter the room. Instead, it gathers over each desk and leaves the spaces between in pools of shadow where shelves, cupboards, and tools seem to withdraw into themselves. Your half-burned candle, bent to one side and looking faintly overcommitted, throws a warm oval over the page. It is enough. In a monastery, enough does more work than many grand ambitions. You sit, draw the unfinished leaf closer, and flex your fingers once before taking up the quill. The rosemary salve from the infirmary has softened the worst of the cracking, but your hand still remembers the day. There is a heaviness in the wrist, a dull insistence in the knuckles, and a tiredness in the forearm that seems almost separate from the rest of you, as if the limb has developed opinions and is no longer shy about them. Your eyes, too, object in quieter ways. The candlelight makes the exemplar narrower, the abbreviations trickier. The little guide marks more inclined to drift together unless you blink and settle yourself properly. So you do. You lean in, read ahead, and begin again. Scratch, lift, breathe, scratch. The night work has a character of its own. Morning labour belongs to obedience, afternoon labour to endurance. But this last stretch after supper feels almost monastic in the most distilled sense, small, enclosed, disciplined, and private even in company. Everyone in the room is more tired now, and tiredness strips things down. No one has energy left for vanity. The pen either holds its line or it does not. The word is either copied or corrected. The candle either burns or gutters. The body either settles into the task or makes itself ridiculous. Brother Odo, across from you, has wrapped a cloth loosely around part of his right hand where the skin must have chafed. It gives him the air of a man engaged in some deeply respectable duel with stationery. Brother Aldrich sits farther down the table, his shoulders bowed but his lines still, as even as if they were drawn by a saint with a ruler. Brother Martin has brought one small lamp closer to the west desk where rubrication waits, and the red he lays there glows like a coal in the darkened room. Brother Severin moves less often now, conserving both motion and authority, but his presence remains steady as the stone. The room smells stronger at night. Ink thickens in the cooler air. Beeswax warms and sweetens. Damp wool from cloaks hung nearby adds a faint human roughness beneath it all. The parchment itself seems drier by contrast, carrying that pale animal scent of scraped skin and dust. Somewhere, too, lingers the ghost of the cheese from supper and the rosemary from the salve, though both are now respectable enough not to announce themselves loudly. Outside, a wind has begun to move. You hear it not as a rush, but as a gentle pressure along the walls, a probing around the shutters, a soft complaint in the cloister walk. Once, from somewhere in the outer yard, comes the creak of a cart or gate hinge shifting in the damp. The travellers in the gatehouse will hear it too, you think, and perhaps pull their cloaks more tightly around themselves. It is a comfort, oddly, to know they are within the walls tonight, and not out on the road with only a hedge, a shrine, or a sullen innkeeper between them and the weather. Some swear the best sleep in all Christendom is found in a monastery guest house after 2 days of rain and bad roads. Others say the snoring of pilgrims makes martyrdom seem an appealing alternative. No one can quite agree. You continue copying. The line before you contains several abbreviations piled close together, the kind that demand a fresh and narrow attention. By day they would be manageable. By candlelight they take on the slyness of little traps. You slow. The nib hovers. You look back to the exemplar once, twice, making sure that what appears to be a slight flourish is indeed one and not merely a shadow cast by the wavering flame. Candlelight is honest in its own way, but not always helpful. You form the letters carefully. One by one they settle onto the page, black against the pale skin. Your breath warms the space between face and desk. A strand of loose thread from your sleeve catches the light and alarms you for a heartbeat before you tuck it firmly away. At this hour, the mind becomes exquisitely sensitive to small threats. A drifting thread, a drop of wax, a sudden sneeze, each feels capable of ending civilization. Brother Martin, at the west desk, mutters once under his breath as his brush catches where the surface resists. He lifts the point, adjusts, and resumes. Brother Odo clears his throat softly into his sleeve. From the corridor comes the faint passage of someone carrying kindling toward the warming room. The whole monastery has entered its quieter gears now, where work continues not because anyone feels bold or fresh, but because the day is not yet done. At the end of a line, you lift the pen and rub the bridge of your nose with the cleanest knuckle available. The eyes grow strange after so many hours. Edges blur, then sharpen too much. The candle flame seems to widen if stared at directly. The spaces between letters become little dark channels. The mind may wander down if not closely kept to task. Some scribes, when weariness presses hard, look at distant objects to rest the eyes. This room offers few distant objects worth the effort. Others wash the face in cool water. Still others mutter appeals to St. Jerome, St. Catherine, or whichever heavenly official they suspect handles visual complaints after Compline. Brother Martin once claimed fennel tea helps the eyes, though he claims many things. Brother Odo answered that darkness helps them more by removing the need to use them. This struck you then, as now, as overly practical but difficult to refute. You continue. A little later, a novice enters carrying a small iron pan in which embers glow under ash. He sets it near the centre of the room to ease the damp and cold, then retreats before anyone can decide he has breathed too close to the leaves. The pan gives off a faint heat and the soft mineral smell of warm ash. It does not transform the scriptorium into comfort, exactly, but it rounds off the harsher edges of the night. You extend your hands toward it briefly when the line allows and feel your fingers loosen by degrees. Brother Aldrich does the same. Winter writes with a heavy hand, he says quietly. It is the first full sentence you have heard from him since morning, and because of that it lands with almost ceremonial weight. Brother Odo replies without looking up, unlike some of us. A pause. Then, to your quiet surprise, Brother Aldrich says, my hand is light. My standards are merely severe. This, from him, is practically an evening performance. Even Brother Martin lets out the smallest breath of laughter from the west desk. The room eases around that. Nothing breaks. No one speaks much more. Yet the atmosphere softens for a little while, as if the shared fatigue has finally granted everyone permission to acknowledge that they are, after all, human and in possession of backs. It is one of the strangest mercies of monastic life that companionship often shows itself most clearly in places where speech is rationed. You lower your pen and look again at the finished leaf set above the one you now work on. Its gold initial catches the candlelight beautifully. The page beside it, by contrast, is still mostly plain, all disciplined lines and pale margins. Yet even here there is beauty beginning the sort that arrives not in a burst but in accumulation. A neat hand, proper spacing, a corrected blot, a heading yet to be added. This is how manuscripts are really made, not by miracle, but by countless moments in which someone decides to keep going carefully. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether books are born from inspiration or persistence. Sitting here with a cramped hand and a candle leaning like a tired courtier, you feel strongly that persistence deserves far more credit than it usually receives. At some point the porter appears at the door and murmurs something to Brother Severin. The Armaria steps aside to hear him. Their voices remain too low to catch, but you piece together enough from posture and timing. The travellers are settled for the night. One more blanket has gone to the older man. The woman asked after the relic chapel for mourning. The younger traveller may continue north at dawn if the road allows it. Brother Severin nods once, and the porter vanishes again into the corridor. You think of the extra blanket. There is a kindness in monasteries that often arrives without adornment. No speeches, no self-congratulation, just a blanket shifted from one chest to one bench because someone is cold. A loaf heel wrapped in cloth and sent to the gatehouse. Honey counted because the infirmary may need it. Rosemary gathered before the rain worsens. Small acts, all of them, yet whole lives are made of little else. The line you're copying reaches a difficult phrase and then clears into easier ground. You move more steadily now, the hand having passed through the worst of its resistance into that late-hour calm where action continues because it has become simpler than stopping. Your mind is slower, yes, but also quieter. No anticipation remains, not of dinner, not of weather, not of errand or office, only the page, the flame, the next word. One could almost mistake this for peace. A drop of wax slides down the candle's side and pools near the base. You straighten the candle a fraction with the tip of the knife. It leans again immediately, stubborn in its preferences. Very well. You let it keep its character. Somewhere in the monastery a door is barred for the night. You hear the thud and scrape faintly through the walls. A dog gives a single bark, then settles. The wind touches the shutters once more. The outer world is closing itself down. Inside. Brother Martin finishes the last rubric on his page and blows lightly across it. The red gleams wetly for a moment, then dulls as it dries. Brother Odo reaches for sand. Brother Aldrich changes quills with unhurried care. Brother Severin closes one cupboard and checks another. The embers in the little pan shift and glow brighter. At last you reach the end of your leaf's final full line for the night. Not the whole page complete, not quite. But the stopping point is good. More than good, it is merciful. The line is even, the word whole, the sense not broken awkwardly. You sprinkle sand, wait, tip it off, and inspect what you have done. Under candlelight it looks almost finer than it probably is. That is one of the more pleasant deceptions available at this hour. The bell for the night office has not yet sounded, but you know it will soon. The room feels poised on that edge where labour is nearly gathered in, where the body begins to imagine wool blankets and stillness, where every minute of continued work carries both usefulness and cost. Brother Severin lifts his head, listens to something only half audible beyond the walls, and says quietly, "Enough." No one argues. Pens are laid down, pages are covered or weighted, ink is capped, the embers are nudged safer. Brother Martin closes the pigment shells and wraps them. Brother Odo massages the base of his thumb with the solemn attention of a man attending a burial. Brother Aldrich folds a cloth over his finished leaf. You do the same with yours, resting a board lightly over the lower portion and setting the quill beside the inkpot. Your fingers uncurl slowly. The side of your hand is dark with stain. The thumb bears the beginning of tomorrow's ache already. When you rise, the bench complains, so does your back. But the complaint now feels almost companionable. It belongs to the day just lived. You take one last look at the desk, the half-burned candle, the waiting page, the finished leaf above it, the little orderly kingdom of tools, and feel that odd mixture of relief and loyalty that such repeated labour can produce. The work is not done. It never is. Yet for tonight it has been brought as far as it ought to go. And that, in a monastery, counts as grace enough. When Brother Severin says enough, the word settles over the room like a blanket finally laid straight. Not luxurious, not warm in itself, but unmistakably welcome. The last stretch of night work had narrowed the world to page and flame so completely that standing again feels almost unreal, as though your body has been returned to you after hours on loan to the manuscript. You rise carefully from the bench, one hand braced for a moment against the desk, and feel the day speak from every joint. Your back objects first, then your neck, then your knees in a more aggrieved and elderly tone than they had any right to develop over a single wet day. Your fingers unfold slowly. The ink stain along your thumb and forefinger has gone nearly black in the candlelight. The slight crack at one knuckle, softened by rosemary salve, no longer stings, but it reminds you it exists like a minor official keen not to be forgotten. Brother Odo wraps his cloth more tightly around his writing hand. Brother Martin corks the last of the pigment and blows out one smaller flame with such care that even extinguishing it looks like a craft. Brother Aldrich lays a coverboard over his finished leaves and rests both palms on the desk for a breath before moving away, as if to thank the wood for not collapsing under duty. The scriptorium at this hour has the air of a battlefield after a very polite siege. Nothing dramatic, no shattered weapons. Only the evidence of a long, disciplined struggle against cold, dimness, human error, and the general unreliability of flesh. Quills lie down like tired birds. Ink pots gleam darkly. Sand cups sit where they were set. The embers in the little iron pan breathe a final heat into the room. Your half-burned candle, valiant and slightly lopsided to the end, still stands beside the unfinished leaf as though prepared to carry on alone if required. You almost admire it. Then the others begin to file out, and you follow. The corridor beyond the scriptorium feels colder than the room, though perhaps the contrast has simply sharpened your notice. The cloister lies under a dimness so deep the garth is now mostly shape and smell rather than sight. Wet stone reflects the candlelight spilling from the doorway in a broken line along the paving. The herb beds at the centre are dark masses glistening faintly where water still clings to their leaves. Rosemary, sage, and rue give off a washed, bitter green fragrance in the night air, cleaner now than at any hour of the day. Somewhere above, a last drop falls from the eaves and strikes the stone with a tiny click that sounds absurdly loud in the hush. You draw your cloak closer and cross toward the dormitory range with the others. No one speaks. There is no need. The whole monastery has quieted into that late-hour inwardness, where even thoughts seem to lower their voices. From the gatehouse side comes no sound at all now. The travellers must have settled, whether into sleep or merely into the posture of it. The kitchen has gone still save for the faintest smell of banked ash lingering in the passage. The infirmary may still hold a soft murmur or two, a cough, a shift beneath blankets. Brother Anselm checking some cup or cloth, but even that feels distant and contained. At the stair to the dormitory, the stone steps are darkened by the day's damp and hollowed a little at the centre by generations of feet. You place your sandals carefully. This is not the hour to twist an ankle and become tomorrow's inconvenience. Brother Hugo has already served as cautionary tale enough. The wall at your side is cold to the touch where your fingers brush it for balance, and the chill sinks straight through skin into bone. Some swear that monastery stairs grow steeper after Compline, or before Matins, depending on which misery one is currently climbing toward. Others say this is merely the body becoming honest. The dormitory door opens with a soft groan. Inside, the air's not warm exactly, but it is less exposed than the cloister. Long rows of simple beds stretch beneath the rafters, each little place marked by a pallet, blanket, chest, peg, or folded habit arranged with modest individuality. The room smells of wool, old wood, rushes, faint smoke carried in on cloaks, and the unmistakable breath of men who work, pray, eat plainly, and sleep near one another because the rule says so and because architecture permits little debate. A candle burns at one end of the room, enough to guide without inviting conversation. You move to your place. The pallet is narrow but welcome. A folded wool blanket lies at the foot, coarse and a little scratchy, yet dearer to you now than most silks would be. Beside the bed, on a peg, hangs your outer cloak. Near it rests the small things that count as personal possessions in such a life: a spoon, a belt, perhaps a knife if your duties allow it, a scrap of cloth, a little pouch, not much. Yet Brother Anselm was right. In the infirmary people rest better when their own objects are near. Familiarity has a warmth all its own. You sit on the edge of the pallet and begin the small ceremony of surrendering the day. First the sandals, set neatly aside, then the belt loosened, cloak off, hands rubbed once together for warmth, once more because the fingers still remember the grip of the quill and seem reluctant to release it. You examine your writing hand in the dim light, ink at the side of the thumb, a faint roughness where the quill pressed, one tiny nick from the penknife you barely noticed when it happened. The body keeps records no less faithfully than the manuscript does. Across the dormitory, Brother Odo eases himself down with a soft exhale that he likely hopes no one hears. Brother Martin folds his cloak with more care than his desk usually receives, and tucks a little herb bundle near the head of his pallet, lavender perhaps, or rosemary, because naturally he would. Brother Aldrich kneels briefly before getting into bed, motion spare and unshowy, then settles beneath his blanket with the same grave precision he applies to everything else. You lie down at last. The mattress is little more than straw and effort, but after the bench, the desk, the church stall and the damp corridors, it feels astonishingly close to mercy. The wool blanket comes up over you, heavy enough to reassure, scratchy enough to remain medieval. It smells faintly of lanolin and dry wood. You draw it to your chin and let the back of your head sink into the rolled cloth serving as a pillow. The rafters above disappear into shadow. For a little while sleep does not come, not because you are restless exactly, but because the day continues inside you after the body stops moving. The hand recalls lines, the ear remembers bells, the nose carries smoke, rosemary, wet wool, candle wax, pottage, parchment. The mind loops back over small scenes as if turning leaves the pre-dawn cold on the stone floor, the first scratch of the quill, the gatehouse travellers warming cracked hands by the brazier, the gold laid into the initial, rain drumming on the roof, Brother Hugo grimacing at his wrapped ankle, vespers rising in the church, the apple at supper, the porter taking the extra blanket, Brother Aldrich's rare sentence about winter writing with a heavy hand. All of it drifts together. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether monastic life is repetitive because nothing changes, or because the same forms make tiny changes easier to see. Lying here in the dormitory dark, you feel how much the day has held not events in the grand worldly sense, no banners or battles or royal deaths announced on horseback, but the denser and quieter accumulation of work, weather, people, remedies, food, prayer, and small mercies. A whole world, really, just paced by bells instead of trumpets. Somewhere in the room, a brother turns beneath his blanket. Another coughs once and settles. The wood of the roof shifts softly in the damp night. A draught slips along the floor, colder near the beds nearest the wall. You're glad not to have drawn that place tonight. From outside, muted by stone and distance, comes the occasional drip from the eaves, and once the faint restless stamp of a horse still not entirely reconciled to its lodging. The traveller's horse, perhaps, or a pack animal in the outer yard. The sound reminds you again of the road beyond the walls, unseen now in the darkness, but still there muddy, rutted, running between villages, shrines, fields, market towns, and manors where watchfires burn and dogs suspect everyone after sunset. Here, by contrast, the world has narrowed to blankets and breathing. You close your eyes. The darkness behind them is warmer than the room itself. The body begins, gradually, to loosen its hold on the day. The ache in your shoulders becomes something larger and less pointed. The neck that complained at the desk now simply sinks into stillness. Even your fingers, so intent all day on holding, shaping, correcting, and guiding, uncurl at last against the blanket as though remembering they were once meant for rest too. It is said in some places that sleeping monks should keep one ear open for the night bell and the other for the whisper of temptation. This sounds impressive, but in truth most men at this hour would settle for sleep deep enough to ignore both until necessary. You may be among them, yet monastic nights are never wholly continuous. The house sleeps lightly because it knows it will be called again. Somewhere beyond the drift towards slumber lies matins, or some lesser waking, or the simple fact of age and cold making long, unbroken sleep a luxury for richer and softer centuries. Even now, beneath the blanket, a part of you remains slightly poised, as though the bell already hums somewhere below hearing. Still, drowsiness comes. It arrives not all at once, but in little soft encroachments. The drip beyond the wall grows farther away. The breathing of the other brothers becomes a kind of tide. The smell of wool and old wood turns soothing. Thoughts begin to lose their edges. The illuminated initial glows once more in memory, then fades into the candle beside it, then into the rain on the roof, then into the little lead shell at the traveller's shoulder, then into nothing clearly named at all. And then the night deepens. You do not know how long you sleep before waking briefly again. Enough time, at least, for the room to have grown stiller. The candle at the far end has been extinguished. Darkness lies full across the rafters. Only the faintest grey, if any, shows through the high opening near the roof. Beside you, the blanket has slipped a little. You pull it back into place without fully rising, the wool rough against chilled fingers. For a moment you listen. Breathing. A muffled snore from farther down the row. The small dry rustle of someone turning over in straw. The distant, almost imagined murmur of wind around the eaves. No bell yet. Only the monastery holding itself between offices, between efforts, between one obedience and the next. You settle again. In this half-waking state, things feel both more intimate and less distinct. The whole day seems to live inside the dark with you. The stone corridors, the scriptorium desk, the infirmary herbs, the refectory fire, the chant in the church, the porter at the gate, the cat asleep on the grain sack, the winter herbs shining under rain, the extra blanket carried to the guest house bench. All of it seems held now within the same quiet. It no longer moves. It simply rests. That, perhaps, is the mercy of the dormitory cold. It does not flatter. It does not console extravagantly. But it gathers every man back into the same darkness, whether armarius or novice, scribe or cellarer, traveller or monk on a temporary pallet in the guest house. Here the day's distinctions blur. Ink dries. Fires sink low. Roads go invisible. Even the most suspicious relic and the most carefully corrected line must wait until morning. You breathe out slowly and let the weight of the blanket settle you once more. Soon enough the bell will come again, deep in the night or before dawn, and call the house back into motion. But not yet. For now there is only this stillness, this shared human warmth under coarse wool, this dim pause in which the body gives up its stubborn grip, and the monastery itself seems to sleep with one eye closed and the other turned gently toward prayer. Sometime in the deep middle of the night, when sleep has become heavy enough to feel almost like another blanket laid over your bones, the bell comes. It does not begin loudly. It never needs to. One low strike is enough to enter the dark and find every listening part of you. Then another follows, and another, each one round and patient, as though the monastery itself were speaking in its sleep and still expecting obedience. The sound travels through the dormitory rafters, through the wool blanket pulled to your chin, through the ache resting in your shoulders, through the very straw beneath you. For a moment you lie still, caught between the warmth you've managed to gather and the cold waiting beyond it. You're not alone in this hesitation. All around the dormitory, sleeping shapes begin to stir beneath blankets. A brother coughs softly. Another sighs as if negotiating with God directly about the hour. Straw rustles, wood creaks. The deep night office may nourish the soul, but it does not flatter the body, and no amount of sanctity changes the fact that getting out from under wool in a stone building before dawn feels like a deeply medieval insult. Still, the bell continues. So you open your eyes to the dark and begin. The dormitory is almost entirely black now, save for the faintest wash of night grey near the upper opening, and one distant glow from a covered lantern, carried by a brother moving carefully between the pallets. That little light shows edges only in fragments, the fold of a blanket, the pale board of a chest, a shoulder rising under wool, the line of a cloak hanging from its peg. Everything else remains soft and uncertain, as if the room has not fully decided whether it is still part of sleep or already part of prayer. You throw back the blanket. Cold finds you instantly, slipping through habit and sleeve and the thin fabric at your throat with practiced confidence. Your feet meet the floor and recoil inward at once, though there is nowhere to retreat to except duty. You sit up, drawing a breath that tastes of old wood, wool, and the night's settled stillness. For a heartbeat the whole day before seems to return in one body-length ache. Desk, bench, stair, cloister, church stall, all of it waiting in your muscles. Then habit takes over. You gather your cloak around your shoulders, you find your sandals. You rub your hands together once, not to warm them so much as to remind them they're still yours. Nearby, Brother Martin is doing much the same, though you catch the faint ghost of herbs as he moves, even half asleep. Brother Odo sits upright with a look that would be severe if anyone could see it properly. Brother Aldrich, naturally, is already standing, because some men are constructed entirely of discipline and damp oak. The brothers begin to form quietly and drift toward the door. No one speaks. Night does not invite conversation. Words at this hour feel too sharp, too worldly, too eager to disturb the fragile bridge between sleep and office. Even the lantern-bearer moves with the care of someone carrying not light, but permission to proceed. You step into the corridor. The cold there is deeper than in the dormitory, though cleaner too, with the smell of stone, ash gone cold in distant hearths, and that peculiar midnight dampness that gathers in old walls and makes them seem older still. The cloister beyond is a hollow of darkness open to a sky you cannot see. Somewhere water drips faintly from the eaves, though the rain itself has passed. The herb beds in the garth are only shapes now, darker than the dark around them, and the paths glisten where moisture remains on the stone. You cross with the others. Your breath rises pale before you and disappears. Sandals whisper against the paving, cloaks shift. A sleeve brushes the wall. Far away, from the outer yard or perhaps beyond the gatehouse, comes the muffled stamp of a horse and the answering rattle of a tether. Even now, life outside the choir stalls keeps its own watch. The travellers, if they sleep in the guest house, are sleeping under this same night, beneath the same damp air and hidden sky. One of them may hear the bell faintly and wonder what sort of men choose to rise in darkness, not because danger requires it, but because the hour does. Some swear these night offices keep demons at bay. That prayer before dawn strengthens the walls against all manner of unseen things. Others say the true enemy driven off is sleep itself, and not always kindly. No one can quite agree, but the bells ring on regardless. At the church door, a brother lifts the latch, and warmer darkness receives you. Not warm in temperature, no. The church remains cold enough that the stone itself seems to hold silence like frost, but it is a different kind of cold from the cloister, less exposed, more interior, made solemn by arches overhead and the faint lingering scent of incense, wax, and old timber. Candles have already been lit near the choir, small flames in deep space. They do not banish the dark so much as dignify it. You take your place in the stall. The wood is familiar beneath your hands. The carved edge where many fingers have rested is smooth as bone. The psalter waits. The other brothers settle into their places one by one. Habits dark against darker wood. Faces half seen and then lost again. The whole church feels suspended between worlds, not night as the road knows it, with mud and wind and watchfires, but not yet morning either. Something held, something waiting. Then matins begins. The first chant rises low, almost from the floorboards. Voices are rougher now than at vespers, less shaped by the day and more by sleep. Yet there is a tenderness in that roughness. It is honest. No one sounds polished at this hour. The chant comes from cold lungs and tired throats, and men still halfway wrapped in dreams. Perhaps that is why it feels so intimate. It is prayer with all ornament stripped away. You join in. The words move through you slowly, carried as much by memory as by full wakefulness. The psalms unfold in the dimness, one after another, steady and ancient. Their repetitions do not irritate you now. They soothe. In deep night, repetition becomes less a discipline than a rope to hold. There is comfort in knowing what comes next, in letting the office carry you when your own mind still drifts at the edges. Stand, sit, bow, answer, listen, sing. The pattern is older than your weariness and far steadier. As the office continues, the cold presses lightly at your face and hands, but the body ceases to fight it as fiercely. You have crossed beyond resentment now into a calmer state, not exactly awake and not exactly asleep. The candle flames move only slightly. Their light catches the rim of a lectern, a fold of wool, the edge of a brother's cheekbone, then withdraws. Smoke rises in faint blue lines. Somewhere in the dark above, the rafters shift softly. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether the deepest hour of the night belongs more to fear or to peace. Standing here beneath the arches with the chant surrounding you like low water, and the rest of the monastery gathered, breathing, answering, enduring together, you begin to suspect it belongs mostly to truth. Whatever is loud in daylight has gone still. Whatever is unnecessary has been left behind in the dormitory or out on the road. What remains is breath, voice, cold stone, and the small flames refusing to go out. A reading is given. At this hour readings feel dreamlike, not because they are less real, but because the mind receives them differently. The words seem to float in the dark rather than strike against it. Meaning arrives in slower ripples. You catch phrases, images, names. A prophet in the night, a watchman at the wall, a soul waiting for morning more than the watch for dawn. The language fits the hour so well it hardly seems composed by men at all, only discovered. Your hands, folded against the chill, remember the page from yesterday, or rather from the day that is now technically past and not yet entirely gone. The finished leaf with its gold initial, the unfinished one waiting beneath the board, the corrected patch, the smell of rosemary on your fingers. For a moment it seems all the day's little tasks and pains have been brought here and laid quietly beneath the psalms. Nothing wasted, nothing grandly transformed, simply placed where it belongs. You think, too, of the travellers, of the woman with the lead shell at her shoulder, perhaps sleeping now in the guest-house with cracked hands wrapped in cloth and salve, of the older man with the staff leaning by his bench, of the younger one listening for the weather in his sleep. Beyond them lie the roads again, and beyond the roads the market town, the lower ford, the bridge, the villages, the fields under winter damp, the manor courts, the shrines, the tolls, the dogs, the smoke-black ale-houses, the watchfires, the whole muddy and breathing world. Yet here, for one dark office, all that remains outside the walls while the house keeps its strange appointment with heaven and habit. You sing the next response and feel the sound leave your mouth in a little cloud that vanishes before the candlelight. It is then, perhaps midway through the office, that you notice the sky changing. Not visibly at first. The windows are too dark for that, but the darkness itself loses a little of its depth. The church remains shadowed, yet some subtle easing begins high in the east wall, a thinning almost too slight to name. This is how dawn comes to monasteries in winter, not triumphantly, but by patient persuasion, a little less black, a little more grey, another bell still to come, another day already preparing its first breath. The final psalms are sung. Your voice feels steadier now, warmer. The brothers around you have fully crossed into wakefulness, though softly. The roughness of the first responses has smoothed. Even Brother Odo sounds almost content, or as close as he comes without written orders. Brother Martin lifts his head a fraction higher on the final antiphon. Brother Aldrich remains grave and even as stone. Brother Severin's keys, still at his belt though unnecessary here, make the gentlest sound when he shifts position. It seems right that even his silence should have hardware. Then the office begins to close. A final prayer. A pause. A bow of heads deeper than before. No one rushes. There is no reward for speed here. Only the continuation of the day's turning. When at last you step back from the stall, you feel lighter than when you entered not rested. Exactly, but clearer. The deep night heaviness has loosened. In its place comes that peculiar calm born of doing something difficult, because it was simply the hour for it, and not because you felt inspired. Perhaps that is the core of this life more than any relic, illumination, or carefully copied line. You leave the church with the others. Outside in the cloister, dawn is not yet day, but it has undeniably begun. The garth emerges in shades of iron and ash. The wet stones show their sheen more plainly. The herb beds take on shape, rosemary bowed with droplets, sage pale-edged, rue dark and fine. The air's still cold enough to sting, yet it smells cleaner now, as though the night has exhaled and left room for morning to enter. No birds yet, no kitchen clatter, no voices from the gatehouse. Only that vast, fragile stillness before the monastery wakes again into buckets, ink, pottage, bells, and all the little structures of human effort. You pause for half a heartbeat beneath the cloister arch and look across the square. The whole world seems washed thin and quiet. The roofs, the walls, the damp earth, The narrow windows, everything holds itself in a pale, waiting hush. The day behind you and the day before you touch one another here. Yesterday's page, yesterday's rain. The travellers under blankets, the infirmary herbs, the refectory smoke, the candle that bent but did not fail, the line you corrected, the line you finished. The office you have just sung in the dark, all of it seems to rest within this one grey breath of dawn. And in that pause, the world grows gentler. You go back at last toward the dormitory for what little rest remains, or toward whatever small duty the next bell may call from you, and the monastery moves with you, stone, wood, wax, wool, breath, and memory into the first pale edge of another day. The cold no longer feels hostile. The darkness no longer feels empty. Even the ache in your body has softened into something almost companionable, like proof that you are here and took part in all of it. So the medieval night closes not with spectacle, but with stillness, with frostless wet on stone, with a sky just beginning to yield, with brothers moving like shadows toward their brief rest, with the gatehouse travellers asleep under borrowed blankets, with pages waiting under boards for hands that will return to them, with herbs dark in the garth, with bells that will soon sound again, and with you held safely in the slow, worn, candle-lit order of this place until thought itself grows warm and drowsy and soft around the edges. The monastery recedes by degrees. The arches dim, the candles lower, the voices fade, the stone cools into silence. The road beyond the walls dissolves into mist and distance. The page closes. The gold initial keeps its tiny inward glow. A horse breathes once in the outer yard and is quiet. Water rests in the cloister seams. A blanket rises and falls over sleeping shoulders. Somewhere, very faintly, the last vibration of the bell seems still to hum in the old wood and the older stone. And now the whole world goes still enough for sleep. Let your mind loosen its grip on the corridors, the desks, the rain, the herbs, the chant and the cold. Let the rushes, the rafters, the candles, the pottage bowls, the wool blankets, and the worn prayer stools drift softly together into one dim, harmless memory. Nothing more is required of you tonight. No line left to copy, no stair left to climb, no gate to answer, only quiet. Rest here a little longer in the pale edge of dawn, where even history seems to whisper instead of speak, and where every hard, ordinary thing has softened into distance the ink on your fingers, the ache in your shoulders, the wet stone of the cloister, the porter's watch, the traveller's sleep, the little herb garden shining after rain. The monastery is safe behind its walls. The fire is banked. The pages are waiting patiently. The bells will know when to call again. Until then, the dark is gentle, the air is cool, and the world is holding its breath in peace. So let it fade. Let the arches disappear into shadow. Let the candles become stars and then nothing at all. Let the cold stone turn smooth and far away beneath your feet. Let the last murmur of psalms slip beyond hearing. Let the quiet gather around you like wool, like smoke, like night, like a hand resting lightly over the heart, and sleep